Chapter 42-37. Sometimes, luck was something that could not be envied. For example, Hu Lianyu, whom Duan Lingtian had just met, came from an extraordinary background. She was the descendant of the Hu clan, one of the most influential clans in the world of divine remains. She was born with great luck. And after entering the planar battlefield, he actually encountered a natural mystic realm. Many people had lived for tens of thousands of years and stayed in the dimensional battlefield for thousands of years, but they had never encountered a natural secret realm even once. Natural secret realms were left behind by supreme experts in the dimensional battlefield, waiting for the fated ones to open them. They did not require battle merits to open them. Battle merits' secret realms were reserved for the unlucky ones. This group of people was also the largest group of people in the dimensional battlefield. Elder brother Duan, which clan or clan do I come from in the world of divine remains? Hu Lianyu curiously asked Duan Lingtian about his background along the way. Jian Wushuang had a good impression of the humble half-step ultimate god and did not underestimate him from the beginning to the end. Even though his strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god, many half-step ultimate gods looked down on him and were extremely arrogant in front of him. "I'm just a rogue cultivator." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not say that he was not from the world of divine remains but from the Shengang land. He was not familiar with Hu Lianyu. There was no need to completely reveal his background. A rogue cultivator? Hu Lianyu's eyes widened. "Elder brother Duan, you're just a rogue cultivator? You don't even look older than me. I thought you came from some powerful clan, but you're just a rogue cultivator." It's hard to imagine that a rogue cultivator could have the strength of a half-step ultimate god at such a young age. Although he did not specifically check Duan Lingtian's bone age, he could still vaguely sense the gap between them when there was a large age gap between them. Just like now, he could vaguely sense that Duan Lingtian was younger than him. Generally speaking, if people of the same cultivation base had such an age gap, it meant that they were at least 3,000 years apart. I've thought about it before. If I were a rogue cultivator, would I have the strength I have today? If I had to choose again, would I choose to become a loose cultivator or a young master of the Hu clan? However, the answer is usually the latter. Hu Lianyu sighed. "Elder brother Duan, as a rogue cultivator, you must have suffered a lot to achieve your current strength, right?" "It's all right." Duan Lingtian smiled. "I can only say that everyone has their own opportunities. If one is born with an extraordinary background and is content with the status quo, one can only rely on one's birth. If one is willing to venture out, one is not much different from an unaffiliated cultivator. Perhaps one might even be able to find some fortuitous encounters that should only belong to unaffiliated cultivators. Regardless of one's background, it all depends on the person." Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Yun Qingyang from the Yun clan. Back when he was still in the mundane realm, he had thought that Yun Qingyang was unreachable and powerful. But looking back now, it was just like that. In less than 1,000 years, he had surpassed his opponent. In terms of background, he could not compare to Yun Qingyang at all. However, Yun Qingyang could not compare to him at all when it came to the dangers he had gone through along the way. If Yun Qingyang was born in the Yun clan and was willing to venture out, with his adventurous spirit, he might have become a high-level ultimate god by now. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew it was impossible. Even if he was born in a powerful ultimate god clan like the Yun clan, it was impossible for him to give up a comfortable life and venture out. Moreover, he had a motive for venturing out to the mundane realm so he could bring his wife, Ke, home. From the moment he left the mundane realm and entered the Devata realms, he wanted to go to the divine offering land and bring his wife, Ke, home. He wanted to save his family and friends. Later on, his family and friends were saved by Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan. His only goal was to bring his wife, Ke, home. It was all for this reason that he had grown stronger. Of course, during this process, he had broadened his horizons and realized the strength of the strong. He further realized that this world was dominated by the strong. He wanted to become stronger not only to bring his wife home, but also to protect his family better in the future. Becoming a godly god was not enough. Only by becoming a supreme powerhouse could one be fearless. Perhaps, after becoming a supreme powerhouse, there would be some veteran supreme powerhouses who were stronger than him. For this reason, becoming a supreme powerhouse might not be the end. In any case, Duan Lingtian would not give up on becoming stronger. He would live his life to become stronger and protect the people and things he wanted to protect. Ever since Duan Lingtian met Hu Lianyu and the other 3 people he mentioned, he did not meet anyone from the land of punishment. He did meet someone from the mystic gangland, but since that person did not take the initiative to attack him, he did not make a move as well. As for Hu Lianyu, he did not make a move as well. For this reason, everything was peaceful. A month later, Duan Lingtian followed Hu Lianyu and met the other 3 people he mentioned. One of them was from the Hu clan, a powerful clan in the land of divine remains. As for the other 2, they were also from powerful clans in the land of divine remains, but they were from the same sect. They were a pair of martial brothers and sisters. However, judging from the man's flattery in front of the woman, it was obvious that the woman had a higher status. At this moment, there was another person beside the 3 of them. Hu Lianyu, this person you found seems to be younger than you. Is he reliable? The other person from the Hu clan was also a young man. He glanced at Duan Lingtian beside Hu Lianyu and said with a mocking expression. Duan Lingtian was young, and even Hu Lianyu could vaguely sense it, let alone this person from the Hu clan who was slightly older than Hu Lianyu. Hu Dong. Hu Lianyu glanced at him indifferently. You don't have to worry about this. I'll make my own decisions about the person I found. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. The young man named Hu Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm just worried about you. If you die with me, I'm afraid your big brother will come after me. After all, this time, my brother asked me to go with you for your big brother's sake. Hu Dong said. Fat. Hu Lianyu sneered. Hu Dong, don't flatter yourself. Your strength is about the same as mine. Even if you're slightly stronger, you haven't reached the half-step ultimate god realm. Aren't you going with me for your own safety? Along the way, there have been at least 3 times. If I didn't make a move and you took the initiative to provoke others, would you have survived? Hu Lianyu was a little annoyed when she thought of Hu Dong taking the initiative to attack a few of her own people from the land of divine remains. She had no intention of taking the initiative to attack people from the land of divine remains, but Hu Dong did not care about that. He wanted to pinch them whenever he saw them as soft persimmons. There were a few times when Hu Dong was almost no match for them. It was only because he took action that they were defeated or killed. Fat. Hu Dong glanced at Hu Lianyu disdainfully. Hu Lianyu, if you're really so pure and simple, don't share the spoils with me if you dare. Hu Lianyu snorted coldly. Since I took action, of course I have to share the spoils. This has nothing to do with you stirring up trouble. Hu Dong had provoked people from the land of divine remains. After he helped Hu Dong kill the other party, he usually took the other party's divine weapon for himself. As for the spatial ring, Hu Dong did not gain anything. He did this not only to share the spoils, but also to make Hu Dong behave and stop stirring up trouble. If he stirred up trouble, the spoils might not necessarily belong to Hu Dong. Obviously, Hu Dong did not notice his good intentions and only thought that he wanted to take advantage of him. That's enough. At this moment, the senior brother of the senior brother and junior sister, a tall young man, glanced at Hu Dong indifferently. Both of you, be quiet. Now, introduce the people you've brought. No matter what, we still need to work together when we enter the secret realm. As soon as the tall young man spoke, Hu Lianyu and Hu Dong stopped arguing with each other. Let me introduce my friend first. Hu Lianyu was the first to speak. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said, his name is Duan Lingtian. He's the helper I've found for this trip to the secret realm. He's also my friend. Elder brother Duan is a sectless cultivator, Hu Lianyu said. Hu Lianyu said. A sectless cultivator? As soon as Hu Lianyu finished speaking, not only Hu Dong, but the group of senior brother and junior sister and the other 3 people brought by the 3 of them instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. To them, the term sectless cultivator was a little distant. There was no lack of powerhouses among the sectless cultivators. However, compared to those who came from a certain force, there were fewer of them. If they were to compare the number of powerhouses, They were not on the same level at all. Therefore, when Hu Lianyu said that the person she brought was a sectless cultivator, the few of them looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. Elder brother Duan, this is Hu Dong. He's also a member of our Hu clan. This is Qiu Ping. He's from our Divine Offering Lands Heavyweight Ultimate God Sect, the Misty Rain Divine Sect. This is Jiang Yue. She's also a disciple of the Misty Rain Divine Sect. She's also the direct descendant of a mid-level ultimate god expert in the Misty Rain Divine Sect. As soon as Hu Lianyu said that, Duan Lingtian looked calm and did not feel anything. It was not like he had never killed a mid-level ultimate god before. However, the people brought by Hu Dong and Qiu Ping changed their expressions. They did not expect there to be such a person in their group. On the other hand, the veiled young lady brought by Jiang Yue did not seem to react at all. Of course, it could be that the veil was hiding the shock on her face. As soon as Hu Lianyu finished speaking, Hu Dong also introduced the person he brought along. Although this friend of mine is not from a heavyweight ultimate god sect, he's also a genius from an ultimate god sect. His strength is almost on par with an ultimate god. He's a half-step ultimate god. He glanced at Hu Lianyu proudly as he finished his sentence. Hu Lianyu frowned upon hearing that. It was not a good thing for Hu Dong to find a half-step ultimate god. He was not worried that Hu Dong would steal anything from him, but he was worried that Hu Dong's arrogance would drag the group down. Chapter 42-38. As Hu Dong introduced the half-step ultimate gods, Qiu Ping and Jiang Yue also introduced the people around them. The people around Qiu Ping were also half-step ultimate gods, so Qiu Ping specifically mentioned them. However, Jiang Yue only mentioned the name of the young woman with a veil on her face beside Jiang Yue. She did not mention how strong she was. Since everyone is here, let's go straight there. Although we've hidden the place, things might change if we delay. Once someone discovers the formation we left behind and attacks it, the natural secret realm will be frightened and leave its original location. Qiu Ping said. Only those who were lucky could find the natural secret realms in the dimensional battlefield. Once found, one could choose not to enter for the time being and set up a formation to conceal it. However, if the formation was not removed normally and was forcefully destroyed, the natural secret realm's entrance would be disturbed and leave its original location. The natural secret realm's entrance was not stable. Once there was a violent vibration around it, it would be frightened and leave its original location. Let's go there now. Hu Dong seemed to be a little anxious after hearing Qiu Ping's words and hurriedly urged them. Due to his anxiety, he did not quarrel with Hu Lianyu for the rest of the journey and was fully focused on their journey. The dimensional battlefield did not allow the use of divine weapons or spaceships. Once a divine weapon or spaceship was taken out, it would be directly destroyed by the dimensional battlefield's power of law. That was also the dimensional battlefield's rule. Because of that, those who entered the dimensional battlefield for the first time with elders were warned not to take out divine weapons or spaceships in the dimensional battlefield. That was because taking out a divine weapon or spaceship in the dimensional battlefield was no different from destroying it. Most of the places in the dimensional battlefield were very barren. There was nothing to see and the sky was dark. However, there were a few places that had some vegetation. However, the vegetation there was not emerald green. Instead, it was withered yellow. There were also towering mountains here, but there was no greenery in the mountains. There was only withered yellow everywhere. Presently, Duan Lingtian was following Hu Lianyu and the others as they moved through an expanse of towering mountains and lofty ridges before finally descending into a valley. After entering the valley, there was a very inconspicuous cave. After everyone entered and passed through the cave, they entered a world inside the cave that looked like a paradise. It was extremely dark inside. They could only see clearly by lighting up the flames in their hands. So hidden. The half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping brought along was a middle-aged man from the Divine Offering Land. He was surprised. The middle-aged man came from an ultimate god sect in the Divine Offering Land. That ultimate god sect had some connections with the Mist Rain sect that Qiu Ping was from. Therefore, Qiu Ping found that person. Although Qiu Ping kept his distance from the dimensional battlefield, Du and Lingtian guessed that Qiu Ping had left the dimensional battlefield and went to the outside. It was impossible to use soul orbs to communicate in the dimensional battlefield, but there was no such restriction when one left the dimensional battlefield and returned to the world of divine remains. Similarly, Du and Lingtian suspected that Jiang Yue was the one who had brought the young woman from the Misty Rain divine sect. On the other hand, the two naive Hu clan did not go out to find someone. They only found a helper in the dimensional battlefield. Of course, it was also possible that the two of them did not know anyone other than their own clan members. Clans had a lot of limitations compared to sects. Clans were even more isolated. If it wasn't hidden, we wouldn't have found it. Hu Dong grinned and seemed a little proud. This secret realm was discovered by him, Hu Lianyu, Qiu Ping, and Jiang Yue. Although the four of them were quite strong, they were not too strong. They could avoid a lot of danger by traveling together in the dimensional battlefield. Many people did that in the dimensional battlefield. Of course, traveling together had its advantages and disadvantages. They also had to be wary of the people around them who might stab them in the back. Among the four of them, Hu Dong and Hu Lianyu had been together since the beginning. Jiang Yue and Qiu Ping had also been together since the beginning. When the four of them met in pairs and their strengths were similar, they decided to travel together. Qiu Ping, deactivate the formation. Hu Dong looked at Qiu Ping and said, the first formation outside was left behind by you. You need to deactivate it yourself. The second formation was left behind by me. I'll deactivate it. The formations were not complicated. There were 4 in total. The 4 of them each had to deactivate one by themselves. They were not very complicated formations, but there was no way out. They could only be deactivated by sacrificing their own blood. Apart from that, no matter how skilled a formation master was, he would not be able to do anything. Sometimes, the simpler something was, the safer it was. The 4 of them stepped forward and deactivated the formations. After the 4 formations were deactivated, a mysterious aura spread throughout the cave. Then, a pitch-black spatial vortex appeared in front of Du and Lingtian and the others. As soon as the spatial vortex appeared, a message appeared in the minds of Du and Lingtian and the others. A natural secret realm discovered by 4 higher god emperors. At most, 10 higher god emperors can enter. If even one person enters, the secret realm will be opened. The secret realm will be open for a month. After a month, all the people in the secret realm will be sent out. They will be sent out of the military camp nearby. When the message appeared in the minds of the 4 of them, they did not react strangely. It was as though they already knew this was how the natural secret realm worked. However, Du and Lingtian was slightly surprised. This was because he had only entered secret realms that were opened with battle merits. Those secret realms that were opened with battle merits would not be sent out of the military camp nearby. Instead, they would be sent to random locations in the realm battlefield. In fact, they might even be sent to the inner region. Those who enter the natural secret realm are given such preferential treatment. Du and Lingtian sighed inwardly. I didn't hear third senior brother mention this before. Perhaps, he didn't know about it. Or perhaps, he heard about it from others but didn't think much of it. After all, he had never encountered it before, and he didn't think I would be able to encounter it. Perhaps, he didn't think there was a need to remind me. Now, I wonder how third senior brother is doing. After I separated from him, he should be much more carefree, right? Du and Lingtian knew very well that when he was with his third senior brother in the Shengang land and pilgrimage grounds, he was dragging his third senior brother down to a certain extent. Otherwise, his third senior brother would have gone deep into the inner region. I just don't know. If he knew that I'm about to enter the natural secret realm now, what would he think? When he mentioned the natural secret realm earlier, there was a hint of regret in his words. He regretted that he had never entered the natural secret realm before. Thinking of this, Du and Lingtian could not help but look forward to it. The next time they met, his third senior brother would definitely be envious of this trip to the natural secret realm, right? However, at this moment, Du and Lingtian did not expect this at all. His third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, was currently in a natural secret realm. That natural secret realm was encountered by Yang Yuchen when he returned to the Shengang battlefield after sending Du and Lingtian to the battlefield of the gods' adjudication. He just happened to appear near that natural secret realm. Little junior brother is really my lucky star. Yang Yuchen even said this because he was returning from sending Du and Lingtian to the battlefield of the gods' adjudication and just happened to bump into the entrance of a natural secret realm. One had to know that the entrance to a natural secret realm was something that could only be encountered by chance. Even if he came back at another time, he might not have encountered it. Everything was a coincidence within a coincidence. The natural secret realm that Yang Yuchen encountered could allow 3 medium ultimate gods to enter, so he was not in a hurry to enter. He directly found a nearby military camp and left the battlefield of the dimensions. He returned to the Shengang land to take a look and found 2 medium ultimate gods to enter with him. The 2 medium ultimate gods were his few good friends and sworn brothers in the Shengang land. One was a rogue cultivator, and the other was from a giant ultimate god level force. Both of them were very strong, at least not weaker than Yang Yuchen. Of course, they were much older than Yang Yuchen. Third brother, your luck is really good. You actually encountered a natural secret realm. Amazing. The air in this natural secret realm smells different. The 2 people who entered the natural secret realm with Yang Yuchen were both young men. One of them was wearing a light golden robe, with a handsome face and sharp eyes. The other was wearing a white robe and holding a folding fan. He looked very scholarly and was dressed like a scholar. These 2 people were not only Yang Yuchen's good friends, they were also Yang Yuchen's sworn brothers. One of them was more than 3,000 years older than Yang Yuchen. The other was more than 1,000 years older than Yang Yuchen. Both of them met in the battlefield of the dimensions when Yang Yuchen was 10,000 years old. At that time, the 3 of them were besieged by experts from another battlefield of the dimensions. They joined forces and put their lives in each other's hands. They trusted each other and luckily survived. After that, the 3 of them became sworn brothers under the suggestion of one of them. As a rogue cultivator, the white-robed young man who usually dressed like a scholar became the big brother because he was older and stronger than Yang Yuchen and the other person at that time. The other golden-robed young man from a giant ultimate god-level force became the second brother. At that time, his strength was not much different from Yang Yuchen's, but because he was older, he took the position of second brother. Yang Yuchen became the third brother of the 3. Yang Yuchen didn't reject this. After all, he was the current generation of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace. At that time, he was also ranked third, just like now. This is all thanks to my junior brother. Yang Yuchen trusted his big brother and second brother unconditionally because even after 10,000 years since they became sworn brothers, they had never disappointed him. Many times when he asked them for help, they were very reliable and never sloppy. Time revealed a person's heart. After 10,000 years together, even if they did not see each other often, it did not affect the development of their relationship to the point where it was better than ordinary brothers. Chapter 4239. Come to think of it, we owe little junior brother a favor. The golden-robed young man from the ultimate god faction in the mystic gangland said with a smile. The white-clad young man nodded in agreement. We'll find a way to repay this favor in the future. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly and did not say anything. He knew his 2 sworn brothers were very particular people. Even if he said there was no need for favors, they would ignore him. Moreover, he also felt his little junior brother might need this favor in the future. Perhaps it would come in handy. Although his little junior brother came from a lower realm, he still had many enemies in the realms of gods. Just the mystic gangland's heavyweight sect, the Mon-origin divine sect, wanted his little junior brother's life at all times. Although the Mon-origin divine sect had sent someone to compromise, they would not let his little junior brother live if they had the chance. A dead person was the least threatening. After cultivating for so many years, Yang Yuchen knew this very well. He could guess the Mon-origin divine sect's intentions. For a sect like the Mon-origin divine sect, it was common for them to change their orders. After Du and Lingtian followed Hu Lianyu and the others into the natural secret realm, what appeared in the next instant was a vast and boundless canyon. Moreover, The canyon was covered in darkness as though it was covered in dark clouds. Heavens! They're all great demons. When Hudong's slightly terrified and sharp voice sounded out, Duan Lingtian and the others raised their heads to look carefully, and they noticed that it wasn't dark clouds that had gathered above the gorge, but numerous demon beasts with enormous bodies. These demonic beasts originally had their eyes closed. Due to the lack of light, it was impossible to see their forms clearly. But now, they had opened their eyes one after another. Their blood-red eyes appeared somewhat eerie and cold in the dim light of the Great Canyon. At the same time, the sound of heavy breathing entered Duan Lingtian and the others' ears. This should be the first obstacle in this natural secret realm, Qiu Ping said solemnly. Qiu Ping said with a serious expression, among these great demons, I'm afraid the weakest one is a lower god-emperor, or even higher. If the weakest one is a lower god-emperor, then this natural secret realm wouldn't be considered a very good one. However, if the weakest one is a middle god-emperor, then this natural secret realm would definitely be one of the better ones among the natural secret realms that are suitable for our cultivation. Hu Lianyu, Hudong, the half-step ultimate god brought by Hudong, and the other half-step ultimate god brought by Qiu Ping had their eyes lit up. I hope that the weakest of these great demons is a middle divine lord. Hudong had already begun to mutter to himself. At this moment, Qiu Ping added, these greater demons are getting impatient. It won't be a problem for us to deal with the first obstacle. Everyone, attack together and defeat them. No matter how good a natural secret realm is, it's impossible for a half-step ultimate god great demon to appear in the first challenge. At most, there will be one or two great demons that are close to the half-step ultimate god realm. From Qiu Ping's words, it was obvious that he knew a lot about natural secret realms. Qiu Ping, have you entered a natural secret realm before? Hu Lianyu asked curiously. No. Qiu Ping shook his head. Qiu Ping shook his head. I've only heard about the natural secret realms in the planar battlefield from some of the elders of the Fog Rain Divine sect. Some of our people have entered the natural secret realms and recorded their experiences. That's why I know a little. Hu Lianyu was enlightened. I thought you were lucky enough to have encountered a natural secret realm before. Qiu Ping shook his head again. It's not that easy to encounter a natural secret realm. Some of the ancestors in the Misty Rain Divine sect have lived for tens of thousands of years and have entered the planar battlefield several times. They've been in the planar battlefield for thousands of years, but they've never encountered a natural secret realm before. This time, the fact that we've encountered a natural secret realm is already enough to make many people jealous. Qiu Ping said. Let's stop chatting. At this time, Hudong opened his mouth and said impatiently, everyone, let's hurry up and defeat this first trial. What nonsense do you have to say? Wait until we get out, then you can talk about it slowly. As soon as Hudong finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack. As soon as he moved, it was earth-shattering. A vast ocean appeared on his body as if it was carrying a monstrous wave. It rose into the air and rolled towards the group of great demons above the canyon. The group of great demons were already restless. Now that Hudong had taken the initiative to attack, they were no longer apprehensive. In the next instant, they let out all sorts of roars and howls, and then they tore through the air and attacked Hudong in unison. Attack! Hudong's imposing manner was like a rainbow, but when he saw the sky full of great demons charging towards him, he could not help but feel a little guilty. His face turned slightly pale as he hastily shouted. Bang! The half-step ultimate god that Hudong brought with him moved. Flames raged under his feet as he was lifted into the air by the flames. A moment later, he arrived beside Hudong and attacked the sky full of great demons before Hudong could. Whoosh! The half-step ultimate god was proficient in the law of fire. With just a wave of his sleeve, flames raged and burned a dozen great demons gathered in one direction to ashes. In an instant, a small gap appeared among the hundreds and thousands of great demons. Kill! Hudong's eyes lit up when more than a dozen law rewards fell from the sky and entered the half-step ultimate god's body. He followed suit and attacked. Waves after waves of great demons were forcefully destroyed by his techniques and turned into a bloody mist that was washed away by his law of water in the blink of an eye. The law rewards fell from the sky and entered Hudong's body. Let's go and kill them too. Qiu Ping called out to the people beside him and flew into the air. Jiang Yue glanced at the young lady beside her and the two of them flew into the air as well. The four of them joined the battle and the great demons fell one by one. Elder brother Duan, let's go too. Hu Lianyu originally wanted to wait for Duan Lingtian to make his move. However, after waiting for a long time, he realized that his elder brother was still as calm as before. He could not wait any longer and joined the battle. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this and also flew into the air. He actually did not plan to join the battle. However, now that Hu Lianyu had joined the battle, it would not be good if he did not join the battle. Hence, he followed suit. To be honest, he was not interested in the law rewards for killing these Emperor God Realm demons. Moreover, there were not many Upper God Realm demons in this group of great demons. Most of them were Middle God Realm demons. The law rewards were even more useless to him. After joining the battle, Duan Lingtian saw the flames on the half-step ultimate gods that Hu Dong found. Every time he attacked, the flames would burn the great demons to ashes. He was excited and the flames on his body grew stronger. The law of fire. After so many years, Duan Lingtian felt that it was a long time ago when he used the law of fire in an actual battle again. Bang! He threw out a punch and the flames surged, wreaking havoc in the air. In the blink of an eye, a Middle God Realm demon exploded. Not good enough. Duan Lingtian shook his head and attacked again. The flames that were wreaking havoc surged again. This time, Duan Lingtian tried to integrate the law of fire into the law of fire. The law of fire was immediately enhanced by the law of fire. Bang! Another attack. This time, it was even stronger. It killed a few Middle God Realm demons. Hu Dong, who initially scoffed at Duan Lingtian's strength when he saw that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weaker than his, could not help but frown when he saw that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weaker than his. He originally wanted to mock Hu Lianyu's helper for being powerful, but he did not say anything. Although the other party was not a half-step ultimate god, his strength was not weaker than Hu Lianyu and himself. He was qualified to explore this natural secret realm with them. At that moment, Hu Dong was not the only one paying attention to Duan Lingtian. Even the others were paying attention to Duan Lingtian. They were also curious about the strength of Hu Lianyu's helper. If he was strong, they would inevitably have one more competitor when they encountered treasures later on. Now that they saw that Duan Lingtian's strength was only SOSO, they were instantly relieved. Elder brother Duan, Hu Lianyu also took the time to look at Duan Lingtian. When she saw that Duan Lingtian's fire law was also so powerful, she could not help but be shocked. Elder brother Duan's fire law is not weaker than mine. He knew that his elder brother Duan was not an expert in the fire law, but the space law. Earlier, he saw with his own eyes that his elder brother Duan instantly killed a half-step ultimate god from the land of sanctions who was not much weaker than him. However, he did not point it out. He was not an idiot. At that moment, he could not help but guess that elder brother Duan was pretending to be weak and only showed his true strength at the crucial moment. Hu Dong, Qiu Ping, and the two half-step ultimate gods they brought along did not seem to care when they saw elder brother Duan. This must be elder brother Duan's plan. Duan Lingtian did not know what Hu Lianyu was thinking at that moment. Otherwise, he would have been speechless. He did not use the space law but the fire law. It was just a spur-of-the-moment joke. As for pretending to be weak, was that necessary? If he really went all out, everyone present, including Hu Lianyu, would not be a match for him even if they all joined forces. Jiang Yue's helper, soon, Hu Lianyu's gaze also landed on Jiang Yue's helper, the young woman with a veil on her face. She killed one greater demon after another with each attack, and the strength she displayed was on par with him, Hu Dong, Qiu Ping, and Jiang Yue. They were all close to a half-step ultimate god but not at the level of a half-step ultimate god. Could she be hiding her strength on purpose? When Hu Lianyu thought about how her big brother Duan was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, she could not help but start to scheme in her heart. However, the others obviously did not think so. Even Hu Dong had a look of disdain in his eyes when he saw the veiled woman's attack. Chapter 4240. In the canyon, The first stage of the natural secret realm posed no difficulty to Du and Lingtian and the others. Not only that, but Du and Lingtian was merely a bystander at the side. With just a few words, the group of people had already defeated the group of great demons that was originally a magnificent sight in the sky above the canyon. Once the group of great demons was killed, the rewards would be given independently. However, that was the limit of the first stage's rewards. There were no additional rewards. Additional rewards rarely appear in the earlier stages. In fact, in some natural secret realms, additional rewards will only appear in the last few stages or even the last stage. Qiu Ping from the Misty Rain Divine sect in the Divine Offering Land spoke again, as though he was trying to show off his knowledge. The reason Du and Lingtian felt that he was trying to show off his knowledge was because he noticed that every time Qiu Ping spoke, he would glance at Jiang Yue from the corner of his eyes. It wasn't difficult for Du and Lingtian to guess what Qiu Ping was trying to do. He was definitely trying to attract Jiang Yue's attention and make her admire him. Du and Lingtian knew that Jiang Yue had a high status in the Misty Rain Divine sect. Coupled with her good looks, it was normal for an ordinary Misty Rain Divine sect disciple like Qiu Ping to pursue her. However, I'm afraid Qiu Ping's efforts are destined to be in vain. Du and Lingtian was an outsider, so it wasn't difficult for him to see that Jiang Yue didn't seem to like Qiu Ping. Even when Qiu Ping took the initiative to talk to her, it was mostly perfunctory. In fact, there were a few times when Qiu Ping intentionally approached her, but she evaded him subtly. At the same time, a trace of disgust flashed in the depths of her eyes. After the first stage, the next few stages were slightly more difficult, but they weren't a threat to the group. Du and Lingtian continued to be a bystander. As for the veiled woman beside Jiang Yue, she didn't put on a stunning performance either. It was Hu Dong and Qiu Ping who had brought along the two half-step deity tribe members to sweep the area. They were domineering and arrogant. During this process, Hu Dong even took the time to mock Hu Lianyu. Even though he didn't mention her name, the meaning behind his words was none other than that Hu Lianyu had found a useless helper. Regarding this, Du and Lingtian was not angry, but indifferent. Hu Lianyu, on the other hand, couldn't keep her cool a few times. If it weren't for the fact that Du and Lingtian seemed to be fine, she would have exploded long ago. The 8th checkpoint. Qiu Ping spoke again when the two half-step ultimate gods were having a hard time. Based on the current situation and the difficulty of the previous 7 stages, the 8th stage might have an extra reward. I just don't know what the extra reward is. But what we can be sure of is that it's definitely something useful to us high-level god emperors. As Qiu Ping spoke, Du and Lingtian and the others encountered the 8th obstacle in the canyon. The previous 7 obstacles were all in the same canyon. Great demons kept appearing. Occasionally, some human experts would appear. These human experts were from the Land of Sanctions and were all arranged by the Supreme Experts. These people from the sanctioned lands had all accidentally stumbled into dangerous places in the planar battlefield. Then, they encountered spatial distortions or something, and were sucked into the mystic realm by the means left behind by the ultimate powerhouses. They were now the opponents of the mystic realm, and also the gatekeepers of the mystic realm. Only by killing them could one pass the trial. As for these people, they were all very unlucky. If they were not a match for the challengers, they would not be able to escape death. Even if they were able to defeat or even kill the challengers, they would not be able to replace the challengers. They would only be teleported out of the secret realm. Although they could escape alive, they couldn't get any benefits. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't get any benefits. The reward for killing the gatekeepers was still substantial. When people from the Land of Divine Remains entered the secret territory, only people from the Land of Sanctions would appear as gatekeepers. When people from the Land of Sanctions entered the secret territory, only people from the Land of Divine Remains would appear as gatekeepers. What is this place? Where are we? Under the gaze of Du and Lingtian and the others, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the canyon. Then, 5 figures appeared one after another. Obviously, these 5 people didn't know each other. After they appeared one after another, they retreated vigilantly. When they came back to their senses and saw Du and Lingtian and the others below, they suddenly realized something. We've been sent into the secret territory as gatekeepers of the Shengang land. We have to work together to deal with them, kill them, get the reward and escape. We have to work together. Otherwise, we'll only be defeated one by one. How's your strength? I'm good at the law of space and my strength is close to that of a half-step ultimate god. My strength is close to that of a half-step ultimate god and I'm good at the law of water. I'm a half-step ultimate god and I'm good at the law of destruction. When the 5 people from the Land of Sanctions realized they had been teleported into the secret territory as gatekeepers, they quickly reached a consensus and gathered together. The 5 of them formed a circle with their backs facing each other. At this time, they were no longer wary of each other because there was no need to be wary. If any of them had second thoughts, not only would they get others killed, they wouldn't be able to live either. One had to know that those who could become gatekeepers in the secret territory had passed all the previous stages. Now that it was their turn, even if they couldn't pass, they were definitely not weak. Moreover, there was a certain probability that they were stronger than them. Under such circumstances, the other party had swept through all the previous stages. The 5 of them communicated through voice transmission, so they knew each other's strength. However, the gatekeepers, Du and Lingtian and the others, did not know. The only thing they knew was that these 5 people were not great demons left behind by the ultimate experts in the secret territory. They were people from the Land of Sanctions who were teleported from other places. Like them, these people entered the battlefield in search of opportunities and breakthroughs. This could be seen just by looking at the green light on their bodies. Among the 5 of us, only I'm a half-step ultimate god. This means that they probably didn't encounter any half-step ultimate gods before. At this time, the only half-step ultimate god among the 5 from the Land of Sanctions said to the other 5 through voice transmission, "When we fight later, I'll hide my strength first while you guys go all out. I'll purposely show that I'm weaker than you guys so that they won't notice me. I suspect that the other party is a half-step ultimate god. If it's only one of them, I'll be responsible for a surprise attack. That way, we can take them down one by one and smoothly kill them to escape." Hearing this person's words, the other 4's eyes lit up at the same time. "Okay, I'll cooperate with you. Everyone is trying to survive, I support your plan. This is the safest way. It's worth it to get hurt in the front." "I think so too." The other 4 quickly agreed. No one doubted or hesitated. This was the best way for them. If the other party was also a half-step ultimate god, they might not be able to defeat them in the end if they went all out without holding back. Hiding a half-step ultimate god as a trump card meant that even if they were at a disadvantage in the beginning, they still had a chance to turn the situation around at the critical moment. The other party was no weakling since they could wait for them. That's settled then. The half-step ultimate god from the Land of Sanctions heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Fortunately, the other 4 were not idiots. Of course, there's another possibility. At the same time, the half-step ultimate god felt that it was necessary to give the other 4 a heads up. That is, they have 2 half-step ultimate gods. In that case, we might not be able to survive even if we kill one of them. Of course, as long as we persevere, we still have a chance to survive. After all, according to the Secret Realm's rules, if we can't pass within 95 minutes, we'll have failed. At that time, all of us will be able to survive. Hearing this, the other 4's faces turned solemn. If they have 3 half-step ultimate gods or even more half-step ultimate gods, then we're doomed. If that's the case, we'll still benefit from killing one half-step ultimate god. The half-step ultimate god said. For a moment, the other 4's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. They knew that they had no way out. They could only fight. Either they die or they live. Fight. It's the guardians of the Land of Sanctions. Kill them. Among Du and Ling Tian's group, Hu Dong was still the first to make a move. He unleashed his energy, and the half-step ultimate gods by his side followed suit. Kill them. Qiu Ping also moved along with the half-step ultimate gods beside him. In the next moment, Hu Lianyu and Jiang Yue also moved. Du and Lingtian and the Veiled Lady were the last to follow. During this process, the Veiled Lady glanced at Du and Lingtian. Although it was not obvious, Du and Lingtian clearly felt it. However, He did not look at her and pretended not to see it. From the beginning until now, he had a feeling that the veiled lady's true strength was not that simple. After all, she was Jiang Yue's external aid. Generally speaking, Jiang Yue's first choice for external aid would be a half-step ultimate god. It would be useless to bring in someone who was too weak. Of course, there was another possibility. That was, the other party was very close to Jiang Yue. Therefore, Jiang Yue was willing to bring her in even if she was not a half-step ultimate god. However, the problem was, if she was really close to Jiang Yue, she would most likely not want Jiang Yue to give such a good opportunity to her. She would think that it would be more beneficial for Jiang Yue if a half-step ultimate god came in with her. After all, as good friends, she would definitely think of the other party more. Of course, there was also the possibility that Jiang Yue would be stubborn under such circumstances. However, no matter what, Duan Lingtian did not take it seriously. In his opinion, even if the other party was stronger than a half-step ultimate god, she would not be a threat to him. Chapter 42-41. When Duan Lingtian and the Veiled Lady moved, Hu Dong, Qiu Ping, and the other two half-step ultimate gods had already started fighting with the 5 opponents. The 5 of them also started fighting with the 5 opponents at the same time. All of them were half-step ultimate gods. None of them were half-step ultimate gods. No half-step ultimate gods. Kill them all. Hu Dong roared again. His aura was even stronger than before. The last bit of worry in his heart was gone at this moment. He was fearless. What was there to be worried about when there were no half-step ultimate gods? He was worried that a half-step ultimate god would appear in this checkpoint. That was why he kept a low profile in the beginning. He deliberately approached the half-step ultimate gods that he found to help him. Now that there were no half-step ultimate gods, he was no longer afraid and completely let loose. Qiu Ping and the other 2 half-step ultimate gods also smiled. No half-step ultimate gods were a threat to them. They could just kill them all. At this moment, Jiang Yue and Hu Lianyu slowed down a little. They felt that the 4 people in front of them were enough to deal with the 5 people from the Land of Sanctions. Even Duan Lingtian and the Veiled Lady subconsciously slowed down when they saw Jiang Yue and Hu Lianyu slowing down. However, when the 4 of them were facing off against the 5 opponents, it was obvious that they were suppressing them. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly focused, and his gaze locked onto the person with the weakest strength among the 5 people in the Land of Sanctions. He felt that there was something strange about that person. Although he seemed to be the weakest and the other 4 were taking care of him, his eyes were overlooking the entire battlefield. It was as if he was the weakest person and the core of the 5 from the Land of Sanctions. The Veiled Lady also stared at that person after a while. Obviously, she also noticed something strange. In the next moment, the person who was stared at by them seemed to be deliberately approaching the half-step ultimate god that Hu Dong found. The moment he got close, he suddenly exploded. Bang! A terrifying destructive energy filled the air as a giant hammer flew across the sky and heavily smashed towards the half-step ultimate god who was chasing after another person from the punishment land. Hu Dong's half-step ultimate god reinforcements did not pay any attention to the sanctioned land expert who was still some distance away from him. In his opinion, the sanctioned land expert was the weakest among the 5. His pursuers were far stronger than the sanctioned land expert. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that this seemingly weak young man would suddenly erupt with power that was no weaker than his own. Furthermore, his divine item hammer was also descending, imbued with the power of his bloodline, making it look like the hammer of the thunder god. Help me! Hu Dong's half-step ultimate god helper also sensed a life-threatening crisis. He roared and hurriedly turned around to face the incoming attack head-on. However, his movements were still too slow. The others didn't even have time to react. Bang! Another loud bang was heard as the giant hammer imbued with bloodline aura and destructive energy landed on the half-step ultimate god's body. The half-step ultimate god's hastily mobilized attack was instantly destroyed and his entire body exploded. Whoosh! A small rain of blood drifted in the air and swept across the faces of Hu Dong, Qiu Ping, and the half-step ultimate god helper that Qiu Ping found. A half-step ultimate god had fallen just like that. How is this possible? Hu Dong's expression changed drastically. He never expected there to be a half-step ultimate god among the 5 from the sanctioned land. He would have lived for so many years in vain if he still didn't know that his opponent was holding back. Kill them. At the same time, the other 4 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned land attacked Hu Dong and Qiu Ping before Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived. The 2 of them were on par with them in terms of strength. 4 against 2, they had the absolute advantage. As for the half-step ultimate god helper that Qiu Ping found, he had also set his eyes on the half-step ultimate god helper from the sanctioned land. Jiang Yue, Hu Lianyu, come quickly, Hu Dong roared again. At the same time, he was a little anxious. He did not dare to face the 4 of them head-on and immediately retreated. Qiu Ping did the same and also retreated in a hurry. The 2 of them looked a little embarrassed at that moment. They've really hidden it well. Jiang Yue's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, but she did not move immediately. Hu Lianyu wanted to move, but was stopped by Duan Lingtian. Don't rush. Jiang Yue is moving, so you should move first. Hu Lianyu was puzzled at first, but when he noticed that Jiang Yue was not moving, he could not help but frown. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and his face became solemn. Jiang Yue did it on purpose. She wanted to hurt Hu Dong and Qiu Ping a little. She had selfish motives. Of course, who didn't have selfish motives? Hu Lianyu didn't. Impossible. He did not have a good relationship with Hu Dong. As for Qiu Ping, he was a stranger to the people of Misty Rain sect. There was no need for him to help them when Jiang Yue was not moving. If Jiang Yue did not move, he, Hu Dong, and Qiu Ping would not be a match for the 4 of them unless his elder brother Duan came to help. It was inevitable that they would be injured. The 4 of them chased after Qiu Ping and Hu Dong. The 2 of them were hit in the blink of an eye and blood spurted out from their mouths. At that moment, Jiang Yue finally moved. Hu Lianyu moved as well. Duan Lingtian and the veiled lady followed closely behind. Then, Duan Lingtian used the law of fire and joined forces with the other 3. In addition to Hu Dong and Qiu Ping who were injured but could still fight, they had the upper hand against the 4 from the land of punishment. They had completely suppressed their opponents. I'm sorry. I was a little distracted because I was shocked by the fact that they were half-step ultimate gods. Hu Lianyu said apologetically. Jiang Yue, who was about to say something, frowned slightly when Hu Lianyu spoke first. She then said, "Me too. I didn't expect there to be a half-step ultimate god among the 5 of them." Jiang Yue was a little puzzled at that moment. Why did Hu Lianyu suddenly become smarter? After all, when he, Qiu Ping, Hu Lianyu, and Hu Dong had traveled through the Divine Judgment battlefield together, he had a certain understanding of Hu Lianyu. He knew that although Hu Lianyu was calm and rational, most of the time, he appeared to be dull and inarticulate. He did not seem like a slippery person at all. However, he seemed to be a different person now. Is it because of the external aid he found? Jiang Yue guessed. In fact, she had guessed correctly. Duan Lingtian had sent a voice transmission to Hu Lianyu and asked him to say that because Hu Dong and Qiu Ping would definitely hold him accountable if he knew about this matter. After all, Hu Lianyu and Jiang Yue had hesitated earlier. It was because of their hesitation that the 2 of them were injured. Hu Lianyu spoke first, which meant that the situation was completely different from Jiang Yue who spoke first. If Jiang Yue spoke first, Hu Dong and Qiu Ping would definitely blame Hu Lianyu. Hu Lianyu spoke first. With Jiang Yue at the bottom, Qiu Ping would definitely not blame Jiang Yue. On the other hand, Hu Dong was afraid of the 2 from the Misty Rain Divine sect who were united. In addition, the external aid he found was dead. Therefore, he would definitely not say anything. As such, this matter was over. The 4 from the land of sanctions were defeated by the 4 existences who were close to half-step ultimate god's battle strength and the furious Hu Dong and Qiu Ping who were injured. They wanted to ask the only half-step ultimate god among them to help them, but the half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found was pinned down by the external aid and could not escape. In this kind of situation, they fought until the end and were somewhat in despair. In the end, the 4 of them died one after another at the hands of Duan Lingtian and the others. The moment the 4 of them fell into despair, They were destined to lose because they no longer had the will to fight and could no longer maintain their high-intensity battle stance. With the 4 of them dead, Duan Lingtian and the others joined the battle between the 2 half-step ultimate gods. Although the 6 of them only had the battle strength of a half-step ultimate god, the addition of this force still turned the tide of the battle. The half-step ultimate god from the Land of Sanctions even lost his will to fight after a while. In the end, he was killed by the half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found. The 8th checkpoint had been broken through. We passed. Hu Lianyu was overjoyed, while Qiu Ping and Jiang Yue were also smiling. Only Hu Dong's expression did not look too good. After all, he was the one who lost the most this time. The external aid he found, a powerful half-step ultimate god, died in the 8th challenge just like that. It also meant that he no longer had the ability to compete with the others for treasures. He could only follow behind them and drink the soup. Hu Dong took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Yue, Qiu Ping, and Hu Lianyu. He transmitted his voice to Hu Lianyu, although we don't get along well, we must stick together now. The Misty Rain sect's strength has completely overshadowed ours. However, Hu Lianyu sneered when she heard Hu Dong's voice transmission. She did not transmit her voice and said, Hu Dong, now that your external aid is dead, you want to work with me? How can there be such a good thing? I'm not interested in working with you. Hu Lianyu rejected Hu Dong right away, which made Hu Dong's expression turn ugly. If it was not for the fact that he could not leave the secret realm, Hu Dong would have chosen to leave on his own. Based on the current situation, not only would he not be able to reap any benefits, but his life would also be in danger. In addition, he was also puzzled. Why did Hu Lianyu suddenly become so stubborn? There's an additional reward. Suddenly, the half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the others followed his gaze as well. At that moment, after the reward for killing the half-step ultimate god from the Land of Sanctions faded, a ray of light fell from the sky along with a divine pill. The moment the divine pill entered their eyes, its alluring pill fragrance filled the entire canyon. At that moment, everyone's eyes lit up except for Duan Lingtian. Chapter 42-42. The reason why Duan Lingtian was so calm was because of the pill's fragrance. It could only be considered an ordinary emperor-level divine pill. Of course, it was considered a rare item, but it was not of much use to him. Compared to the heavenly Dao fruit he had obtained in the divine trials, it was far inferior. In fact, as long as he had enough herbs, he could refine this emperor-level divine pill. There was even a chance that he could refine it into an ultimate divine pill, Emperor Pedestal Pill. This emperor-level divine pill was called the Emperor Pedestal Pill. If a person who had just entered the upper god the arch level consumed it, they would be able to quickly consolidate their cultivation. The effect was not bad, but that was it. Furthermore, after consuming one Emperor Pedestal Pill, consuming a second one would also lose its effect. Even if one consumed an ordinary Emperor Pedestal Pill and wanted to consume a second Ultimate Emperor Pedestal Pill, the latter would not be able to do anything. Thus, even if this Emperor Pedestal Pill could be used by his friends and family, Duan Lingtian was not interested. In the future, he would have a greater chance of refining an Ultimate Emperor Pedestal Pill, although it was very difficult for him to gather the herbs needed to refine the Emperor Pedestal Pill now, because the herbs needed to refine the Emperor Pedestal Pill were extremely rare. Even a powerful Ultimate God faction would have to rely on luck to obtain them. Perhaps only a powerful Ultimate God faction could casually take them out. Although it was difficult for him to gather the herbs now, what about in the future? He did not think that the herbs needed to refine the Emperor Pedestal Pill would be difficult for him in the future. Because of that, he had no interest in the Emperor Pedestal Pill now. It is all thanks to Brother Shun that we were able to pass this hurdle. This Emperor Pedestal Pill will belong to him. Does anyone have any objections? When everyone's eyes lit up, Qiu Ping quickly retracted his gaze and suggested with a smile. Instantly, the eyes of the half-step ultimate gods beside Qiu Ping lit up. As for the others, although Hu Dong was unwilling, he did not say anything. If the half-step ultimate god he had found was still alive, they might be able to compete for it. But now, what could they compete with? When Jiang Yue heard this, she exchanged glances with the veiled woman beside her. After the veiled woman gently shook her head, Jiang Yue did not say anything. On the other hand, Hu Lianyu looked a little reluctant, but seeing that Jiang Yue didn't say anything, and even Du and Lingtian behind her didn't say anything, she didn't say anything either. Since no one has any objections, Brother Shen, please keep the Emperor Transcendence pill. Qiu Ping looked at the half-step ultimate god next to him and said with a smile. All right. The latter smiled and nodded his head in response. After which, he immediately took action and collected the Emperor-grade pill that fell from the sky. Although the Emperor Supreme pellet is of no use to us, it is a precious treasure to those who have just entered the upper-level God-Emperor realm and have yet to stabilize their cultivation. Qiu Ping continued. Brother Shen, if you take this divine pill, you can give it to your family, friends, or even disciples. Even if I can't use it, I can still exchange it for a treasure. However, Qiu Ping's words were destined to be nonsense. This was because everyone else recognized the Emperor Supreme pellet. We have passed the 8th level, and the 9th level is coming soon. If there are no surprises, the 9th level will be the second to last level. Qiu Ping's expression turned serious. If there are no surprises, the 9th level will be even more difficult. In fact, there might even be 2 half-step ultimate gods. If the next guardian is a great demon, it will be fine. Even a half-step ultimate god great demon is not as strong as a human half-step ultimate god. If it is someone from the sanctioned land, we will leave the secret realm. If we can't win, we will leave. There is no need to fight to the death with them. In the dimensional battlefield, whether it was a natural secret realm or not, as long as everyone agreed to leave the secret realm would forcibly send them out. This was why many people liked to enter secret realms in groups. It didn't matter if it was a secret realm like this or a secret realm that required a change of location. If they could win, they would win. If they couldn't win, they would run. This way, they would be absolutely safe. However, everyone had to reach an agreement. Otherwise, even if only one person disagreed, the others would not be able to leave. Of course, dead people did not count. Dead people had no right to speak and could not speak. Because of this, many times, if someone deliberately caused trouble and refused to leave at the crucial moment, they would become a thorn in the eyes of others and be besieged by others. Does anyone have any objections? Qiu Ping glanced at everyone after he finished speaking. Everyone heard him and did not say anything. Obviously, they agreed with Qiu Ping's words, including the half-step ultimate god beside Qiu Ping. Although he was strong, he was not a fool. He would not do something that would cost him his life. Furthermore, this time, he had gained the most out of all of them. He did not lose anything even if he left the secret realm. In fact, compared to the other half-step ultimate god who had died, he had gained a lot. Until now, every time he thought of that person's death, he could not help but secretly break out in cold sweat. He was glad that he was targeted and not himself. Otherwise, the one who would be smiling now would be the other party and not him. Elder Brother Duan. At this time, Hu Lianyu transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. If Qiu Ping's people are unreliable in the next checkpoint, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you. Hu Lianyu knew. Up until now, this big brother Duan of his had only been a bystander and had not given his all. As for the reason, he understood it now. Hiding and preserving his strength. Only in the end would he unleash his full strength. At that time, even the half-step ultimate gods that Qiu Ping found might not be able to compete with his elder brother Duan when they encountered treasures. That was because his elder brother Duan had been preserving his strength. If it really came to a critical moment, how much strength would the half-step ultimate gods that Qiu Ping found be left? As for Jiang Yue, unless the veiled woman was also hiding her strength, she would not be able to compete with his elder brother Duan. In addition, he always felt that his elder brother Duan might not be an ordinary half-step ultimate god. Previously, he had seen his big brother Duan kill a high-level god emperor who was no weaker than him in a single move. This was not something an ordinary high-level god emperor could do. At least, the half-step ultimate gods that Qiu Ping found could not do that. Even the half-step ultimate gods that Hu Dong found could not do that. We'll see when the time comes. When Duan Lingtian heard Hu Lianyu's voice transmission, his tone was neither hurried nor slow. It was as though he was never in a hurry. "You're right, there's no need to rush." At this time, Hu Lianyu added, "Perhaps the veiled woman beside Jiang Yue is also hiding her strength. Elder brother Duan, if it really comes to a critical moment, do you think she'll make a move? It's best if she makes a move first." Duan Lingtian was a little surprised when he heard Hu Lianyu's words. He did not expect this kid to be so smart as to think that the veiled woman beside Jiang Yue was not simple. While Duan Lingtian and the others were waiting in anticipation, the wind and clouds above the canyon moved and a bigger spatial vortex appeared. Qiu Ping's expression changed when he saw the spatial vortex. "Damn it! It's the people from the land of punishment again." So far, all the checkpoints in the canyon where spatial whirlpools appeared were basically all human powerhouses from the sanctioned lands. Those great demons did not have a spatial vortex when they appeared. They all fell from the sky as if they appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! The half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found had a solemn expression. He stepped into the air and directly attacked the spatial vortex. However, no matter how powerful his attacks were, the spatial vortex still spun faster and faster. It felt like the vortex was spinning faster because of his attacks. The half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found hurriedly retreated when he sensed the life energy coming from the spatial vortex. "It's useless." Qiu Ping regained his senses and shook his head. "There's no way to stop the spatial vortex once it appears. If you attack it, it will absorb your energy and speed up the opening of the spatial door. Let's wait and see if the people from the land of punishment are strong or not. If they are, we'll retreat. Also, they might be hiding their strength this time. So, don't rush in alone this time. It's best to wait for them to come," Qiu Ping suggested. After a while, a few figures gradually broke through the spatial vortex and entered the canyon. There were a total of 7 people. There were 2 more people than the previous time. 7 people. The same number as Duan Lingtian's group. As for the 7 human powerhouses who had entered the secret realm and acted as the gatekeepers of the 9th checkpoint, after a brief moment of panic, they calmed down. "Damn it! Damn it! We're the gatekeepers of the secret territory again." A middle-aged burly man with a face full of curses cursed. As for the other 6 people, their expressions were grave at this moment. The depths of their eyes were filled with vigilance. "What's your strength?" At this moment, someone immediately sent a voice transmission to the bearded man. "Based on the current situation, it's better for everyone to confirm their strength so that we can cooperate. 7 against 7, we may not lose to them. However, it's best if we can win with the least amount of effort." The bearded man's face turned solemn after hearing the voice transmission. He no longer cursed as he replied, "My strength is close to that of a half-step ultimate god. However, if I'm given a few breaths of time to gather my strength, I'll be able to severely injure or even kill a half-step ultimate god when he's not looking at me. My bloodline power is a little special." The eyes of the person who asked the question lit up when he heard the bearded man's words. He was a half-step ultimate god himself. Now, there was another person who could seriously injure or even kill a half-step ultimate god. "How's your strength?" "I'm a half-step ultimate god and I specialize in the law of gold." The half-step ultimate god from the land of punishment asked the other 5 through voice transmission. Chapter 42-43. The half-step ultimate god from the land of sanctions asked the other 5 and soon found out that one of them was a half-step ultimate god while the other 4 were very close to the half-step ultimate god realm. Then, he began to contact the others and began to plan how to best deal with the 7 challengers from the world of divine remains. Going head-on was a reckless move. "Have you noticed?" The leading half-step ultimate god from the land of divine remains said to the other 6 through voice transmission, "Among the 7 challengers from the divine remains land, 6 of them are standing together in 3 groups. Only one of them is alone. Normally speaking, secret realms opened by battle merits are usually separated from each other. It's rare to see people standing in close groups, unless it's a natural secret realm that invites people to enter. I suspect that either all 7 of them discovered the secret realm together or all 4 of them discovered the secret realm together and each of them found a helper. The reason there are only 7 of them is because one of their helpers died. The reason why we made such a guess is because when that lone man looked at us, his eyes were filled with fear. He even looked timid and retreating. He's obviously not confident. The other 6 people followed his gaze and found the same problem. Your Excellency, your observation is indeed meticulous. I'm impressed. I'll cooperate with whatever you ask me to do next. Your Excellency is amazing to see through this person's cowardice at a glance. In addition, I also noticed that the other 2 didn't look very confident. I think there's a high probability that one of them died just now. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. No matter what, it's better to be careful. We'll listen to your Excellency's orders. Among the 7 people, only 2 of them were half-step ultimate gods. Therefore, the others were very respectful to the leading half-step ultimate god and addressed him as Your Excellency. The leading half-step ultimate god did not disappoint the others and quickly came up with a plan similar to the previous group of people from the Land of Sanctions to hide their true strength. However, he guessed that the 2 half-step ultimate gods that appeared this time were most likely from the previous group of half-step ultimate gods. Therefore, a half-step ultimate god had to be involved this time. The other party would not doubt the 2 half-step ultimate gods. Of course, it would be a good thing for them if they chose to retreat after seeing that they had 2 half-step ultimate gods. It would mean that they would not have to die in the secret realm. Although they couldn't even get the benefits of the rules, to them, this was already a blessing in disguise. In the planar battlefield, how many people mistakenly entered danger zones and became gatekeepers of secret realms, only to be killed by challengers of the secret realms? It was already good enough to be able to survive such a thing. Let's attack together and test them. Qiu Ping's voice echoed in the ears of Du and Lingtian and the others. Qiu Ping and his half-step ultimate gods were the first to move. At the same time, Jiang Yue, Hu Lianyu and Hu Dong also moved, while Du and Lingtian and the veiled woman followed behind them and moved out to meet the 7 gatekeepers from the sanctioned grounds. As the crowd soared into the sky, the battle between the guardians of the sanctioned grounds finally broke out. 2 of the 7 gatekeepers from the sanctioned grounds attacked the half-step ultimate god beside Qiu Ping. The half-step ultimate god's expression changed drastically. 2 half-step ultimate gods. Let's go out. In the next moment, an illusory door loomed above his head. It was the sign of the challengers voting to leave the secret realm. It was also considered a strange phenomenon. However, it only existed in the secret realm. At the same time, an illusory door also appeared above Qiu Ping and Hu Dong's heads. Only Du and Lingtian, Hu Lianyu, Jiang Yue, and the veiled woman did not have an illusory door above their heads. Obviously, they had not reached a consensus. Stop daydreaming. Let's get out of here. Hu Dong roared at Du and Lingtian and the others while fighting against a half-step ultimate god from the sanctioned grounds. He urged them to vote as well. As long as all of them passed, they would immediately leave the secret realm. However, Du and Lingtian and the others did not pay attention to Hu Dong at that moment. In fact, when the people from the Land of Sanctions didn't take the initiative to attack them, the 2 of them looked at each other. Du and Lingtian and Hu Lianyu glanced at Jiang Yue and the veiled woman. The other party was also looking at them. Do you have a death wish? The half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found was fighting against 2 half-step ultimate gods at the same time. He was not injured because he had been running away. At this moment, he looked at Du and Lingtian and the others who seemed to be in a daze. He was so anxious that he almost went crazy. Junior sister Yue. Qiu Ping couldn't hold on any longer. Right now, he and Hu Dong were surrounded by 4 people. Although none of the 4 people were stronger than him and Hu Dong, the other side had the advantage in numbers. He. Go to hell. At this time, another high-level god emperor who was close to a half-step ultimate god, who had been hiding in the path of the half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping had found, chuckled and unleashed his full power. The terrifying bloodline power wrapped around a saber light. The saber light turned into a blood moon as it swept across the void towards the half-step ultimate god reinforcements that Qiu Ping had brought. No, The half-step ultimate god Shen's face changed when he sensed the power of the blade. His first thought was, how could there be a third half-step ultimate god? That was because only a half-step ultimate god could perform such a powerful attack. I can't accept this. In the next moment, the half-step ultimate god Shen unleashed a full-powered attack and blocked the saberlight. While the attacker was injured, the half-step ultimate god Shen was forced to squat on the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, the other two half-step ultimate gods who were chasing him arrived and attacked at the same time. Two waves of energy swept across the sky and enveloped the half-step ultimate god and killed him. After the half-step ultimate god that Hu Dong found was killed, the half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping found was also killed. What are you all doing? Hu Dong's face instantly turned pale when he saw the death of the half-step ultimate god Shen from the corner of his eyes. 3 half-step ultimate gods. Are you waiting to die if you don't come with us? Kill them. The 7 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned grounds were smiling after killing the half-step ultimate god Shen. It was as if they could see the dawn of victory and even felt that victory was theirs, although they did not know why the other 4 did not choose to run away. It also gave them a chance to kill them. It was a good thing. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, who was behind Hu Lianyu, and the veiled lady behind Jiang Yue attacked at the same time. Duan Lingtian's spatial confinement had locked down the half-step ultimate god who attacked. It was not difficult for him to see that the half-step ultimate god's strength was not yet at the half-step ultimate god realm. Otherwise, his defense would not have been so weak. In addition, he could also see that the half-step ultimate god's attack was more of a bloodline power explosion. Save me. He's a half-step ultimate god. The half-step ultimate god who attacked was trapped by Duan Lingtian's spatial confinement. He could not break through the spatial confinement no matter how hard he tried. His expression changed when he felt the spatial windstorm raging in the surrounding space. At the same time, the veiled lady also went up against the 2 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned grounds. She was able to stop both of them by herself. Moreover, she was able to fight both of them at the same time. She was obviously stronger than the half-step ultimate god Shen that Qiu Ping found. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, Hu Lianyu and Jiang Yue joined Hu Dong and Qiu Ping's battle and helped them share half of the pressure. Originally, the 2 of them could barely hold on against 4 people at once. Now, even though they had used up a lot of energy and were still under pressure in a one-on-one battle, they were still much stronger than before. They even had time to observe the battle around them. When they saw that Duan Lingtian had locked down the half-step ultimate god from the sanctioned grounds and killed the half-step ultimate god Shen in the blink of an eye, their pupils constricted. The purple-robed young man was a half-step ultimate god. He was most proficient in the law of space, not the law of fire. He was too strong. With just 1 spatial confinement, a spatial windstorm raged and killed the half-step ultimate god Shen without making any big moves. This kind of strength was definitely not weaker than the reinforcements they found. In fact, it was even stronger. On the other side, the veiled woman that Jiang Yue had found, whom they had originally underestimated, no longer used the power of the law when she attacked. She used a different law of space. Her law of water rippled as she fought against the 2 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned grounds alone. Damn it! At this moment, Hu Dong was cursing in his heart. He was cursing Hu Lianyu for finding a half-step ultimate god and playing the pig to eat the tiger. This was definitely intentional. It was intentional. Of course, although he was dissatisfied, he did not dare to show it. Now, he still had to rely on the other party to survive. It would not be worth it if he got killed because of the other party's anger. Therefore, Hu Dong could only complain to Hu Lianyu through voice transmission. Hu Lianyu, I didn't expect you to be so cunning at such a critical moment. Of course, he was just complaining and did not go too far. He did not say anything like, why didn't you ask your reinforcements to go all out earlier so that the reinforcements I found would not have died. Although that was what he thought, he did not say it out loud as he was worried that he would fall out with Hu Lianyu. Oh no. The 2 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned lands were horrified after witnessing the death of a half-step ultimate god who could unleash an attack comparable to a half-step ultimate god. It was another half-step ultimate god who was stronger than them. Chapter 42-44. The guardians of the land of sanctions had already seen the light of victory and were even more certain of their victory after the opponent's half-step ultimate god was killed. However, they did not expect two more half-step ultimate gods to appear after the first half-step ultimate god was killed. Moreover, both of them were extremely powerful half-step ultimate gods. One of them killed the two half-step ultimate gods in a blink of an eye, while the other fought against two half-step ultimate gods on their side and was not at a disadvantage at all. The other four guardians were in a stalemate with the other four. The problem was, the purple-clothed young man was one of the strongest half-step ultimate gods among them. He was released after killing one of their men. The release of his combat power almost made them feel hopeless. Even the two half-step ultimate gods who were fighting the veiled woman had a bitter expression on their faces when they glanced at the purple-clad young man not far away from them while dealing with the veiled woman. Their plan had come to naught. Of course, it was not that they did not gain anything, as they had at least killed one of their half-step ultimate gods. "I'll imprison them while you attack." Duan Lingtian teleported to the veiled woman after killing the saber-wielding superior god emperor of the land of sanctions and said to her calmly. Without waiting for her response, Duan Lingtian casually raised his right hand and a space storm raged in the void before crashing down and imprisoning the two half-step ultimate gods in the land of sanctions. The two half-step ultimate gods had just reacted when the space around them was imprisoned. They immediately used their divine weapons and combined their weapons with their divine weapons in an attempt to break the space imprisonment together. However, they realized that the space imprisonment only shook violently a few times and was not destroyed by them. Their expressions changed completely for a moment. Only then did they realize that there was still a gap between them and the purple-clad young man. Even if they worked together, the purple-clad young man's strength was definitely stronger than the veiled woman. As for the veiled woman, although her face was covered by a veil and her expression couldn't be seen clearly, a few ripples flashed through her beautiful eyes at this moment. At this moment, if one were to observe carefully, one would be able to see her delicate body tremble slightly. Clearly, his heart was not as calm as he appeared to be. However, she didn't let her mind wander for too long. In the blink of an eye, she came back to her senses and attacked again. Whoosh! Crash! The vast and stormy waves were like violent water dragons, sweeping towards the two people who were imprisoned. Under the circumstances that Duan Lingtian didn't interfere, the two of them were unable to gain the slightest advantage from the hands of the veiled woman under the circumstances of 2 against 1. At this moment, they were imprisoned. They even had to use their power to resist the spatial storms that were constantly corroding them. They were far from being able to display their full strength. Therefore, after a few breaths of time, the two of them died in the hands of the veiled woman. The rewards of the two rules also fell from the sky at the right time, enveloping the veiled woman and fusing into her body. 2 half-step ultimate gods had fallen, and the 7-man team guarding the sanctioned land was utterly defeated. At this moment, the remaining 4 upper god emperors had completely lost their will to fight because of fear. The original stalemate had been broken, and they were being beaten by Hu Lianyu and the other 3. At this time, it was normal for the 4 higher god emperors from the sanctioned lands to not have the will to fight. What a joke! Now, the other side had released 2 half-step ultimate gods, and they were not ordinary half-step ultimate god. Have you ever seen an ordinary half-step ultimate god who could fight against 2 other half-step ultimate gods at the same time? At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the veiled woman saw that Hu Lianyu and Jiang Yue were suppressing the other party, and they did not intervene. They just watched calmly. If they intervened, the rewards of killing the other party would belong to them. Now, it was obvious that Hu Lianyu and the others could handle it even if they did not intervene, so they tacitly did not intervene. Duan Lingtian watched the battle calmly, and the veiled woman beside him kept glancing at Duan Lingtian from the corner of her eyes. The surprise in her eyes did not diminish. She had been hiding her true strength and had not revealed it. This was something that she and Jiang Yue had discussed beforehand. In the secret territory, it was fine to give up the earlier items. The more important things were the later ones. Normally, the later the items, the better. Therefore, even when the additional reward, the Emperor Supreme Pill, was mentioned earlier, and Qiu Ping said that he had found external help for her, she did not express any objections. That was because she did not care for it. I didn't expect. She had originally thought that she would be able to suppress everyone this time and obtain the best items from the secret realm with her little sister Yue. She had never thought that there would be such a person hiding in seclusion like her. Moreover, his strength was definitely not weaker than hers. She did not even have the confidence to fight with him. Just as the veiled woman was thinking, Hu Lianyu and Jiang Yue had finally defeated the last 4 people from the Land of Sanctions. Originally, they did not have much chance of winning because Hu Dong and Qiu Ping were injured. However, the 4 of them completely lost their will to fight when they saw that there were 2 half-step ultimate gods on their side. They could not even exert their full strength. In the end, they were killed by them. 4 rewards fell from the sky and landed on Hu Lianyu and the others. They then absorbed them. Elder brother Duan, it's all thanks to you and this person. Otherwise, we would have lost this time. Hu Lianyu moved to Duan Lingtian's side in a flash and said with a smile as her eyes fell on the veiled woman not far away. At this time, Jiang Yue also returned to the veiled woman's side and looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously. She stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment before she looked at Hu Lianyu and said indifferently, Hu Lianyu, it seems like I've underestimated you. Initially, I thought you only found an ordinary senior divine emperor. I didn't expect you to find such a powerful half-step ultimate god. Hu Lianyu was not to be outdone. Jiang Yue, aren't you the same? The person beside you hid his strength well too. While the 2 of them were bickering, Hu Dong and Qiu Ping were standing at the same spot gloomily. Now, they finally knew why the 4 of them ignored them when they were about to leave the secret territory when they were about to leave. It turned out that they were confident in defeating the 7 people from the Land of Sanctions. The extra reward this time is definitely better than the Emperor Authority elixir. At this time, Jiang Yue looked at Hu Lianyu and said bluntly, the reward this time is yours. The reward for the next challenge, which is also the last one, will be ours. What do you think? As they spoke, they had already decided to distribute the rewards for the last 2 challenges. When Hu Lianyu heard this, she said sarcastically, Jiang Yue, you've got a good plan. Who doesn't know that the further you go, the better the reward is? Why? You want to reserve the best reward first. Hu Lianyu was not stupid when it came to this. You can't say that. Jiang Yue shook her head. We don't know how difficult the next challenge will be. Maybe we can't pass it. If we can't pass it, there won't be any extra reward. As for you all, you've obtained additional rewards from this checkpoint. We might get better rewards, but it's still risky, isn't it? Jiang Yue said. The sarcastic look on Hu Lianyu's face became even more obvious when she heard Jiang Yue's words. I don't think we can't pass the next challenge. Why don't we give you the extra reward for this challenge and give us the extra reward for the next challenge? We're not afraid of taking risk. Hu Lianyu could not help but sneer at the end of her sentence. Did this Jiang Yue really take him for a fool? Hu Dong and Qiu Ping, who were standing far away, turned pale when the 2 of them were discussing who would get the extra reward for the last 2 challenges. They were completely out of the game. The most they could do was to get some rewards from the rules of martial arts and they would be reduced to mere fodder. Hu Dong, Hu Lianyu from your Hu clan is not very capable. She has such a powerful half-step ultimate god by her side, but she just watched her helper get killed without any intention of helping. Qiu Ping was very upset at that moment, but he dared not vent his anger on Hu Lianyu or Jiang Yue. Therefore, he picked on Hu Dong, who was a soft persimmon. However, Hu Dong was also in a fit of anger. How could he not know what Qiu Ping was thinking? Qiu Ping, don't be so sarcastic. Hu Dong sneered. Hu Lianyu's half-step ultimate god did not help my helper. But did your junior sister's helper help you? My relationship with Hu Lianyu is just SOSO. We even have some conflicts. It's fine if he doesn't help me. I've seen how well you treat your junior sister, but in the end, she stabbed you in the back. How pitiful. Hu Dong was no weaker than Qiu Ping when it came to talking. Qiu Ping was naturally enraged when he heard Hu Dong's words. He almost attacked Hu Dong but forced himself to calm down in the end. If he attacked Hu Dong now, the other 4 might be disgusted. There was no need for that. Hu Dong grinned when he saw Qiu Ping keeping quiet. It was as if the haze in his heart had been swept away. "They're here." At the same time, Hu Dong narrowed his eyes. Even Qiu Ping subconsciously raised his head at that moment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others also saw the thing that floated down from the sky. It was a fruit that flickered with a faint light and emitted a refreshing fragrance that made one feel relaxed and happy. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt this fruit was similar to the heavenly Dao fruit he had obtained previously. However, it was a different kind of fruit. He racked his brains to recall the various heavenly and earthly treasures he had learned about before. It did not take long before he confirmed what this fruit was. The Heaven Ascension Fruit. Chapter 42-45. Heaven Ascension Fruit. It was a divine fruit that was similar to the Heaven Path fruit. It could help a high-level God Emperor to break through to the ultimate God realm. It was an absolute treasure for a high-level God Emperor. A half-step ultimate God who was not talented enough would not be able to break through to the ultimate God realm on their own. However, for those who were extremely close to the ultimate God realm, once they consumed the Heaven Ascension Fruit, they would be able to break through the shackles of their talent and break through to the ultimate God realm. It's the Heaven Ascension Fruit. When Duan Lingtian recognized the divine fruit that fell from the sky, someone else also recognized the Heaven Ascension Fruit. It was said to be a divine fruit that could help a high-level God Emperor reach the ultimate God realm in one step. Even Hu Dong and Qiu Ping's eyes were wide open. Their eyes were filled with greed. However, after a while, they glanced at the purple-robed young man and the veiled lady from the corner of their eyes. They sighed in disappointment. They stood no chance with the two of them around. It would be great if the two of them fought and perished together. Hu Dong's heart was filled with anticipation. Even though the hope was slim, it did not stop him from fantasizing about it. Jiang Yue's eyes were shining with the light of a wolf. However, the veiled woman did not act rashly after she glanced at Duan Lingtian. Instead, she sent a voice transmission to Jiang Yue to inform her of the situation. Jiang Yue received the voice transmission from the veiled lady and looked at Hu Lianyu. She asked again, "Hu Lianyu, are you sure you want to give us the Heaven Ascension Fruit? If you're sure, you can't go back on your word." As Jiang Yue finished speaking, her eyes also flashed with waves of scorching light. Hu Lianyu frowned when he heard Jiang Yue's question. Originally, as far as he was concerned, Jiang Yue was obviously trying to take advantage of him and Big Brother Duan when she said that she wanted the extra reward for the final hurdle. Therefore, he casually said that he wanted the extra reward for the last checkpoint. The reward for this checkpoint could be given to Jiang Yue. Now, the reward for the last round was the Heaven Ascension Fruit. To a high God Emperor, this was an extremely precious treasure. Even he did not dare to rashly make a decision for his elder brother Duan. Just as Hu Lianyu was in a dilemma, she suddenly heard a voice transmission by her ear. The moment she received the voice transmission, Hu Lianyu's pupils shrank sharply, and a look of shock appeared on her face, but she quickly concealed it. Then, he subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at Jiang Yue. "Jiang Yue, we want the reward for the 9th challenge." Hearing his words, Jiang Yue's eyes lit up. The veiled woman's eyes also lit up. "However, whether or not the reward for the final trial will belong to you, will require you to agree to our conditions," Hu Lianyu said again. The faint smile on Jiang Yue's face instantly froze when she heard Hu Lianyu's words. Then, her face filled with anger. "Hu Lianyu, what do you mean by that? We'll give you the extra reward for the 9th challenge, but you're still talking about conditions with us about the reward for the final challenge?" At this moment, it was not only Jiang Yue who was angry. Even the veiled woman's autumn eyes had a hint of coldness. At the same time, she glanced at Duan Lingtian again. This idea could not have been suggested by Hu Lianyu himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian just happened to casually catch the Heaven Ascension Fruit that fell from the sky and directly put it into his spatial ring without any reservation. Although the Heaven Ascension Fruit was similar to the Heaven Dao Fruit, it would be a waste for him to use it. However, even if he could not use it, it did not mean that his family could not use it. This thing would not expire. Moreover, this kind of good thing could only be encountered and not sought. After putting away the heaven ascension fruit, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. His gaze met the veiled woman's indifferent eyes for a moment before he withdrew his gaze. He did not feel guilty at all. At this moment, Hu Lianyu had already continued. Jiang Yue, why are you in such a hurry? It's not too late to listen to my conditions. Although the extra reward for the 9th challenge is the heaven ascension fruit, which is very precious, the reward for the final challenge will definitely not be inferior to the heaven ascension fruit. It might even be 2 or more heaven ascension fruit. When she heard Hu Lianyu's words, Jiang Yue snorted coldly. Then tell us, what are your conditions? At this moment, even Hu Dong and Xiu Ping, who did not have any right to speak, looked at Hu Lianyu curiously. They were puzzled as to what conditions he had mentioned. Hu Lianyu said unhurriedly, it's not impossible for you to get the extra reward for the final challenge. However, you have to pass that challenge by yourselves. Elder brother Duan and I will not make a move. As long as you pass the challenge, the extra reward for the final challenge will be yours. When Hu Lianyu said this, Jiang Yue's expression changed instantly. The cold light in the veiled woman's eyes became even more intense. What a joke! Let alone the final challenge, even if Hu Lianyu's reinforcements did not make a move, it would still be impossible for them to pass the 9th challenge even with Hu Lianyu's help. The final challenge would definitely be more difficult than the 9th challenge. How could the few of them pass it? Hu Lianyu. Jiang Yue was so angry that her face trembled slightly. Aren't you a little shameless to say this? Don't tell me we didn't make a move for the 9th challenge. You want to slack off for the 10th challenge? Jiang Yue was furious, and so was the veiled woman. At this moment, even Hu Dong and Xiu Ping felt that Hu Lianyu had gone overboard. However, they did not dare to speak recklessly. If they offended Hu Lianyu, they would definitely die if Hu Lianyu asked his reinforcements to make a move on them. Wait for me to finish. Hu Lianyu shook her head as she continued, if you guys feel that you're unable to pass the final hurdle, then Big Brother Duan will be the one to pass the final hurdle. If he can pass the final hurdle by himself, then the extra reward for the final hurdle will belong to him. If he can't pass the challenge, then he and I will work together with you to pass the final challenge. We promise to spare no effort. After we pass the challenge, the extra reward will belong to you. The conditions I'm negotiating with you are nothing more than giving elder brother Duan a chance to pass the challenge on his own. Jiang Yue and the other 3 were shocked when they heard Hu Lianyu's words. They all looked at Duan Lingtian. This person wants to pass the final challenge on his own. Is he that confident in his own strength? Even the veiled woman's beautiful eyes were filled with heartfelt shock at this moment. After a while, she said to Jiang Yue through voice transmission, judging from the difficulty of the 10th challenge, unless he has the strength of a lower ultimate god, it's impossible for him to pass the final challenge on his own. If he has the strength of a lower ultimate god. To put it bluntly, we won't be able to compete with him even if he tries to snatch the extra reward for the final challenge. So, agree to their conditions. We don't have any other choice. We'll bet on his blind confidence that he won't be able to pass the final challenge. Jiang Yue felt that the veiled woman's words made sense. She looked at Hu Lianyu and said, I agree to your conditions. I hope you'll keep your promise. Hu Lianyu smiled faintly when Jiang Yue agreed. You can rest assured that we'll keep our promise. At this time, even he was still shocked in his heart. When his elder brother Duan asked him to raise the condition, he knew that his elder brother Duan was confident that he could pass the final challenge on his own. He did not know why he had such blind confidence in his elder brother Duan even though he had not known him for long. Qiu Ping, do you think he's really capable? Hu Dong was completely scared out of his wits. After a moment, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked Qiu Ping with some difficulty through voice transmission. I don't know. Qiu Ping looked at Hu Dong angrily. Did this guy forget that he just offended me? Now, he's chatting with me as though nothing happened. Is he being careless or does he think that I, Qiu Ping, have no temper? The 10th checkpoint was also the last checkpoint of this natural secret realm. In the end, no one from the sanctioned lands appeared at this checkpoint. Instead, a total of 10 great demons appeared. These great demons were not very large in size, but they gave off an extremely frightening baleful aura. These 10 great demons were all humanoid great demons. The smallest one was about 3 meters tall while the largest one was about 5 to 6 meters tall. Instead of saying that they looked like humans, they looked more like apes and monkeys. At this moment, each of the 10 great demons was holding a long rod in their hands. Each of the long rods was more than 10 meters long and exuded a thick and majestic aura. One could even vaguely see a faint soul moving on the long rods. However, it was not solid and was faintly discernible. "They're all half-soul high-grade divine artifact," Hu Lianyu exclaimed. "Let's test their strength." At this moment, Jiang Yue spoke. As she stepped into the air, she glanced at Hu Dong and Qiu Ping. When the two saw her gaze, although they were unwilling, they still followed her into the air. The veiled lady also moved at the right time. Unlike before, when she followed behind Jiang Yue, she took the lead this time. She went past Jiang Yue, Hu Dong, and Qiu Ping to meet the 10 great demons in the sky. Woo woo, roar. When the 10 grand demons saw someone rushing towards them, they also roared loudly. Then, they swung the upper-grade half-soul swindler in their hands. When they moved, they smashed the half-soul swindler fiercely at the veiled woman. Bang! 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 The 10 great demons smashed the veiled lady's attack. Among them, 5 of the 10 strikes not only broke the veiled lady's attack but also sent her flying. The other 5 strikes were weaker and slower. After the veiled lady was sent flying, they all missed their target. However, just this one move was enough to let others see their strength. 5 half-step ultimate gods. 5 great demons who were close to the half-step ultimate gods. Most importantly, they were different from the previous great demons who did not have any divine artifacts. They all had half-soul high-grade divine artifact. Chapter 42-46. The veiled woman was the strongest amongst Jiang Yue's group of 4 that had made a move now. However, even she was repelled by a single blow. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was injured. When Jiang Yue, Hu Dong, and Qiu Ping saw that the veiled woman had been defeated, not only did they stop in their tracks, they even hurriedly retreated. What a joke! Even a powerful half-step ultimate god like the veiled lady was forced to retreat, let alone them. The 10th obstacle is indeed more difficult than the previous one. Hu Dong could not help but sigh after retreating. However, he was not nervous as there was still a powerful half-step ultimate god on their side who had yet to make a move. Junior sister. Even Qiu Ping looked at Jiang Yue helplessly as he retreated. The 4 of us are no match for them. Let's let Duan Lingtian try and see if he can kill these grand demons on his own. Qiu Ping transmitted his voice to Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue did not respond to Qiu Ping immediately, nor did she greet Duan Lingtian or Hu Lianyu. Instead, she looked at the veiled lady. At that moment, the veiled lady was injured after being sent flying. However, she was full of energy again after taking a healing elixir. Obviously, her injuries were not too serious. The veiled lady did not choose to give up and immediately attacked again. The bloodline power around her vibrated and spread in all directions, causing the void to tremble. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but frown slightly at that moment. Previously, the veiled lady had also used her bloodline power, but it was not this kind of bloodline power. The bloodline power she used before was weaker. However, the bloodline power she used now was obviously of a different level. At that moment, the 2 bloodline powers were superimposed on her body at the same time without any signs of conflict between them. They were very harmonious. Moreover, the 2 bloodline powers were unleashed at the same time and raised the veiled lady's strength by a whole level. She's still hiding something? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised as he did not expect his opponent to be so secretive. He did not even use his full strength when facing the 2 half-step ultimate gods from the sanctioned land. If she had used her bloodline power earlier, the 2 half-step ultimate gods would not have been her match even if they worked together. In fact, he might not even be able to last 10 moves against her. Her strength is infinitely close to an ordinary lower ultimate god. If she can master the embryonic form of any of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, I'm afraid she can compete with the weakest lower ultimate gods. Du and Lingtian sighed inwardly. With such strength, if I choose to defeat them one by one, I might be able to kill all 10 of them. Du and Lingtian's gaze landed on the 10 giant apes again. He was also somewhat perplexed. Logically speaking, the test of the 10th checkpoint shouldn't be so simple. In his opinion, excluding the 2 half-step ultimate gods, the rest of the 10 giant apes might not be as strong as the 7 guardians from the sanctioned land in the 9th checkpoint. 4 half-step ultimate god giant apes and 5 half-step ultimate god giant apes were likely to defeat the guardian of the 9th level. However, it was only slightly more powerful, and the difference was not huge. Even with the addition of a half-step ultimate god ape, it was not much stronger. In fact, Du and Lingtian was not the only one who felt the test was too simple. Even the veiled lady felt the same way. Because of this, when she activated another bloodline power and attacked the 10 giant apes, there was a faint joy in the depths of her eyes. That was because she was confident that she could kill all 10 of them one by one while taking them down one by one. Her strength was infinitely close to a lower ultimate god. Not in terms of cultivation base, but in terms of strength. According to her mother, she only needed a small improvement in her strength to be comparable to the weakest lower ultimate god. I thought the last checkpoint would require the strength of a lower ultimate god to pass. I didn't expect it to be so simple. I alone am enough to pass this checkpoint. The veiled lady attacked again. Her momentum was even stronger than before. At this moment, even Hu Lianyu, Hu Dong, and Qiu Ping could tell something was amiss. She's still hiding her strength. Another kind of bloodline power? She has 2 bloodlines? Born with 2 bloodlines? There aren't many people like that. I've only heard of them but never seen one. I didn't expect to see one today. The natives of the Plains of Gods were all born with bloodline power as long as they were not innately weak or came from a lowly background. Among those who had bloodline power, there was a very small group of people who had 2 bloodlines at the same time. They inherited one from their father and one from their mother. Among these people, there were some who could not use both bloodline power at the same time. However, there were some who could use both bloodline power at the same time without any conflict. They could be even more powerful in actual combat. The veiled lady was obviously one of these people. She's so strong. Hu Dong exclaimed. It was the veiled woman. She chased after one of the half-step ultimate god giant apes and knocked the giant ape staff away. She even almost killed the giant ape. The giant ape's hands were broken and dripping with blood. It was only thanks to the help of the other 4 half-step ultimate god giant apes that it was able to escape in time. Roar! The injured huge ape suddenly let out a sharp cry. Its voice shook the sky, and in an instant, it caused the originally bright sky to darken. Then, under the gaze of Du and Lingtian and the others, a giant ape's silhouette appeared in the void. It looked like the apparition of a ultimate god, but it was not an apparition of a ultimate god. After the giant ape's silhouette appeared, it walked across the void. As for the 10 giant apes, although they were glaring fiercely at the veiled woman, they all gave up on her and soared into the air, flying toward the giant ape silhouette. Although the veiled lady did not know what was going to happen next and the giant ape's silhouette did not show any signs of life, she had an ominous feeling in her heart. Because of that, she did not hesitate and immediately moved out to stop one of the half-step ultimate god giant apes. However, at this moment, the giant ape-like figure that had fallen from the sky, which had no signs of life, stiffly beat its chest with its hands, and at the same time, let out a low, mechanical roar from its mouth. The roar was not loud, but a golden light gushed out from its mouth at a frightening speed. In the blink of an eye, the golden light enveloped the 10 giant apes that were rushing towards it. After being shrouded by the golden light, the 10 giant apes instantly turned into 10 different colored lights and were carried by the golden light into the giant ape's body through its mouth. In the next instant, the originally illusory figure of the giant ape actually began to solidify. In the end, it even turned into a real ape. The giant ape's silhouette was very large, but the ape that was solidified was not that big. It was even shorter than most humans, only about 1.6 meters tall. In its hand, it was holding a 2-meter-long staff. On the staff, there was a solid soul that was about to come out. A full soul high-grade divine weapon. Hu Dong exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, it was not only Hu Dong, but even Duan Lingtian and the others could see that the staff in the ape's hand was a genuine complete soul prominent grade divine weapon. Although the ape's body was small, its entire body was extremely well equipped and gave off a more terrifying feeling than the previous 10 giant apes. Human, how dare you hurt my doppelganger? You must die. The ape's eyes seemed to be flashing with a bloody light as it stared at the veiled woman. At the same time, its divine power rose from its body. When its divine power appeared, the veiled woman's delicate body suddenly trembled. Jiang Yue, who was not far away, could not help but exclaim in shock, "An ultimate god great demon." That was right. At this moment, the divine power that rose from the average-sized ape's body was the divine power of a lower ultimate god. The divine power broke out of its body and turned into a soaring flame in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that this Yuan Lei great demon was proficient in the law of fire. Moreover, as soon as its law of fire appeared, the veiled woman showed a look of fear because it was extremely close to the law of fire's power of 100,000 miles. If it went one step further, it would show signs of 100,000 miles of weak light. In terms of the law of fire, it was already stronger than her. Of course, her dual bloodline powers and law of fire were not necessarily inferior to the other party's law of fire. However, the problem was, she had a full soul high-grade divine weapon, but so did the other party. Her divine power was inferior to the other party's. Even if she could see that the other party's divine power was unstable, it was still the divine power of a lower ultimate god even if it had not completely consolidated its cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. I'm no match for it. The veiled woman's figure moved and quickly retreated. At the same time, she looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and said in a slightly cold voice, "If you're confident, you can fight on your own. If not, save your strength and join forces with me. If we can split the rewards later, I'm willing to share half of it with you." It was not that the veiled woman was very generous. She added the last sentence because she was worried that Duan Lingtian would overestimate himself and rush forward when he was no match for the great demon in front of him. If Duan Lingtian was seriously injured, she would not be able to do anything to the great demon even if she attacked again. Once that happened, no one would be able to get the rewards of the last checkpoint. That was something she did not want to see. She believed that the other party did not want to see that happen either. Unless he's really confident, otherwise, he won't choose to fight alone. If I can really kill this great demon alone, I'll accept it if I can't get the final reward. That was the veiled woman's current state of mind. Her eyes never left Duan Lingtian as she was worried about what choice he would make next. However, when she asked Duan Lingtian to make a choice, the great demon in front of her did not intend to cooperate with her. After letting out an angry roar, it turned into a ball of flames and rushed toward her. The flames burned the sky and a terrifying heat spread out, causing Hu Lianyu and the other upper-level god emperors who had not reached the half-step ultimate god realm to retreat. Chapter 42-47. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Duan Lingtian had been observing the changes in the ape-type great demon since the beginning. Because of that, he was completely relieved. Previously, he had already felt that the final hurdle was a little too simple. It turned out that this was the real difficulty of the last hurdle. The 10 ape-type great demons had merged into one. In other words, the 10 ape-type great demons were only the clones of the ape-type great demon in front of him. Now that all the clones had merged into one, the ape-type great demon had displayed the cultivation of a newly cleansed ultimate god. Even the law of fire that it had mastered was extremely powerful, close to the level of 100,000 miles of weak light. However, the power of this law was slightly weaker than his own power of law. His comprehension of the law of space had reached the level of 100,000 miles of weak light. Are you still not going to attack? In the face of the ape-type great demon's attack, the veiled woman's pupils shrank slightly. While escaping, she looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. When she spoke again, her tone was a little anxious. She was no longer as calm as before. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then, with a teleport, he blocked the ape-type great demon's path and stopped it. Of course, When the ape-type great demon saw that someone was blocking its path, although it stopped, it still waved the long staff in its hand. Burning flames filled the sky as it smashed down on Duan Lingtian. Bang! When the staff fell, it was earth-shattering and the void shook. Even the space began to fluctuate as if it would crack at any time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also swung his sword. The seven-colored sword light was dazzling as it swept through the void like a seven-colored rainbow. It crossed the air and blocked the flaming long staff falling from the sky. Bang! Another loud noise was heard as the flaming long staff fell and hit the seven-colored sword light, causing the sword light to waver for a while. However, the flames on the long staff were constantly being consumed. Although the seven-colored light on the seven-colored sword light was also being consumed, the consumption was not as fast as the flame on the long staff. Human, the one I want to kill is not you. The ape-type great demon withdrew his staff and stood there, staring at Duan Lingtian. In his pair of bloody eyes, there was actually a hint of fear. It was to the extent that his hands, which were holding the staff, were trembling faintly. Only it knew what it had just experienced. Even though it did not use all of its strength in that strike earlier, it still used 70 to 80% of its strength without holding back. Even so, it was still easily blocked by the other party. In fact, Zhong Xian hadn't even used his bloodline ability yet. Although the other party was only a upper-level god-emperor, the law of space that he had comprehended was above his law of fire. More importantly, it had clearly discovered the traces of the four Daos of heaven and earth in the other party's attack, Sword Dao. At this moment, other than Hu Lianyu and the veiled woman, Jiang Yue, Hu Dong, and Qiu Ping could not help but gasp when they saw that the ape demon did not gain any advantage over Duan Lingtian. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with shock. This Duan Lingtian was actually so powerful. Even the veiled woman had no choice but to flee in front of this greater demon. However, in a head-on confrontation with the ape demon, he actually had the upper hand. His strength. In the distance, the veiled woman looked at Duan Lingtian's back and sighed in her heart. The scene that she did not want to see the most had happened. The other party's strength was indeed comparable to an ordinary ultimate god. Even though the ape demon had obviously not used all of its strength, the purple-clad young man had not used his bloodline ability from the beginning to the end. It was obvious that he was still holding back. Hu Lianyu, who was standing at the side, could not help but feel a little shocked even though she knew what was going on. Was this elder brother Duan really that powerful? A upper-level god-emperor with strength comparable to an ultimate god? Go all out. Duan Lingtian looked calmly at the ape demon in front of him and said indifferently, "If you want to kill her, you'll have to go through me first." Even though the ape demon was a little afraid of Duan Lingtian, it was still angry. "Human, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." In the next moment, it roared and then a 10-meter-tall ultimate god apparition appeared and replaced its original body. The long staff in its hand also grew in size. The 10-meter-tall giant ape stepped into the air. Every step it took caused the void to tremble and the wind to blow in all directions. It held a 20-meter-long staff in its hand and casually swung it as if it was going to sweep the heavens and suppress the world. "Human, die." The giant ape roared and the long staff in its hand vibrated. Flames raged and gathered in the sky. At the same time, crimson light flashed through Hanli's eyes, and streaks of fiery light that resembled stars appeared in the surrounding space. These flames quickly extended into rays of light and intertwined with each other. It was as though they had transformed into a huge net that enveloped Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to use this net to bind Duan Lingtian and prevent him from escaping. Bang! The long staff crashed down like a falling pillar in the sky. It was going to split the sky into two. Tiny spatial cracks had already appeared in the void. This showed how powerful the staff was. The ape demon was completely enraged. At this moment, it no longer held back and attacked with all its might. So powerful. If it were the weakest lower ultimate gods, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand the great demon's attack if they were to face it head-on. He won't be smashed to death, right? If he's really dead, we'll have to get out as soon as possible. While Hu Dong, Qiu Ping, and Jiang Yue were still in shock, the shadow of a door had already appeared above their heads. They had already voted to leave the secret realm. As long as Du and Lingtian died, the veiled woman and Hu Lianyu would activate the door at the same time. The 5 of them would be immediately transported out of the natural secret realm. However, at this moment, there was no shadow of a door above the veiled woman and Hu Lianyu's heads. Their attention was completely focused on Du and Lingtian. Hu Lianyu's eyes were firm. He was convinced that his elder brother Duan would win. Therefore, he ignored Hu Dong's voice transmission and asked him to activate the door to leave the secret realm. As for the veiled woman, she was staring at Du and Lingtian with curiosity. She was very curious. Could this person really deal with this greater demon? At this moment, even if this person's strength was comparable to the weakest lower ultimate god, he would at most be able to fight to a draw with the great demon. It was almost impossible for him to defeat the great demon. Under such circumstances, it was impossible even with Hu Lianyu's help. Hu Lianyu was not even a half-step ultimate god. If she acted rashly, not only would she not be of help, but she might even become a burden. If he only fights to a draw with the great demon, I'll still have to take action later on. At that time, the bonus reward for the last checkpoint will still be mine, the veiled woman thought to herself. However, even if I want to take action, I'll have to wait until both of them are injured. Otherwise, even if I help Du and Lingtian to kill the great demon and get the bonus reward, I might not be able to win against him. The veiled woman's thoughts flashed through her mind. She had already planned out her next steps. However, she also knew that the premise of everything was her opponent could fight to a draw with the great demon. If his strength could crush the great demon, there was nothing for her to do next. As for Du and Lingtian being injured after killing the great demon, she did not have any thoughts about it. She did not intend to fight for the bonus reward for the last checkpoint under such circumstances. She had her own principles. One must always guard against others and never have the intention to harm others. She had always followed this principle. Your strength is no weaker than an ordinary lower ultimate god. Facing the full force attack of the great ape god's illusory body that he could not dodge and had locked onto him, Du and Lingtian still had a faint smile on his face as if everything was in his hands and he was fearless. Then, he made his move. A cold swordlight rose into the sky, bringing along a spatial storm. The way of control also instantly combined with the law of space to control the surrounding space. During this process, the speed of the giant ape's net of fire that was binding Du and Lingtian began to slow down. The way of control? At this moment, the great ape also let out a cry of surprise. Who the hell are you? A mere higher god emperor has mastered 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. At the same time that the giant ape cried out in alarm, the long rod in his hand had already come crashing down to meet the cold swordlight. At this moment, the great ape was no longer confused as to why Du and Lingtian's swordlight was 7-colored earlier. If it had looked deeper, it would not have been difficult to discover that Du and Lingtian was not using the same high-grade divine sword that was filled with full souls. Bang! The great ape's staff landed on the cold swordlight. In the next instant, where the staff and sword collided, the air seemed to have been sucked away in an instant. A terrifying power wreaked havoc in the surroundings, and the aftermath of the power spread out. Even Hu Lianyu and the other 3, who were watching the battle from afar, were sent flying. Puff! Hu Lianyu, who was closer to the battle, spat out a mouthful of blood when she was sent flying. Her face turned pale in an instant. However, his eyes never left the battle. That's his law avatar. He's not a native of the realms of gods. The veil on the veiled woman's face was lifted slightly by the wind, revealing her beautiful and flawless face. At this moment, a horrified expression appeared on her face. Initially, she thought Du and Lingtian must be a noble from the divine offering land who did not reveal himself. Therefore, she had never heard of Du and Lingtian. However, as soon as Du and Lingtian's law avatar appeared, she immediately realized Du and Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods. Only those who rose to prominence in the lower dimensions could form law avatars. His strength is far stronger than an ordinary lower ultimate god. The great ape sighed inwardly. Almost at the same time, the great ape staff landed on the Du and Lingtian's swordlight and was in a stalemate. At the same time, Another Duan Lingtian appeared behind the great ape. At the same time, a 7-colored sword light bloomed behind the great ape. Chapter 42-48. At this moment, Jiang Yue, Hu Dong, and Qiu Ping were not the only ones who were shocked when the second Duan Lingtian appeared behind the ape-type great demon. Even Hu Lianyu had a shocked expression on her face. Elder brother Duan is from a lower secondary realm? He's not a native of a realm of gods, but he's already so strong. Hu Lianyu knew that this big brother Duan wasn't even older than her. Since when was it possible for such a peerless genius to appear in the lower planes? No. The ape-type great demon let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. However, even though it noticed Duan Lingtian's clone had blocked its attack and teleported behind it, it was too late. Even if it was not too late, there was nothing it could do. This was because Duan Lingtian's clone was also wielding a full soul prominent divine sword. Moreover, it was no weaker than the ape-type great demon. Whoosh! The 7-colored sword Qi shot out like a scythe of the Grim Reaper. It instantly penetrated the ape-type great demon's body as though it was the scythe of the Grim Reaper reaping its life. In the next moment, hundreds and thousands of light spots appeared all over the ape-type great demon's body. These light spots were densely packed, and in just a blink of an eye, they shot out tiny 7-colored sword Qi. The sword Qi vibrated in the great demon's body and instantly killed it. The powerful ultimate god great demon's aura completely disappeared at this moment. No. Another roar shook heaven and earth. Unlike the previous roar, this roar was filled with unwillingness and desolation. After the roar, everything returned to silence. It was an incomparably huge figure of an ape that appeared in the void and then fell to the ground with a loud crash. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon of a fallen ultimate god. If this happened in the realm battlefield, this heaven and earth phenomenon would definitely alarm everyone. However, in a natural secret realm, only those inside the secret realm would be able to see it. When the second roar died down, the entire place fell into silence as well. Everyone's eyes were filled with mixed feelings, shock, horror, and disbelief as they all fell on the purple figure in the void. At this moment, the young man in a purple robe was standing in the void. He was bathed in the boundless rewards of the rules. He was like a peerless god of war, standing firm and unyielding. I'm not as good as him. The veiled woman looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. After sighing in her heart, she silently added, far inferior to him. As for Jiang Yue, Hu Dong, and Qiu Ping, all three of them were panting heavily. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that there was actually such a great god hidden by their side. Hu Lianyu, where did you invite this great god from? When they thought of this, they couldn't help but look at Hu Lianyu. There was a hint of envy in the depths of their eyes. Although Hu Lianyu might not be able to reap more benefits than them in this trip to the mystic territory, getting to know such a person was an intangible and huge fortune. At the very least, even the three of them didn't dare rashly become enemies with Hu Lianyu now. Who knew if this great god would stand up for Hu Lianyu? They were able to tell that this person truly had a friendship with Hu Lianyu. From the very beginning, he had been getting along well with Hu Lianyu. As for Hu Lianyu, she also addressed him as Elder Brother Duan affectionately. Elder Brother Duan, you're the most powerful upper god emperor I've ever met. Meanwhile, Hu Dong's eyeballs spun before he stood out and gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Big Brother Duan, let me solemnly introduce myself. I'm Hu Dong, and I'm from the same clan as Hu Lianyu. We're brothers that grew up together, and if Big Brother Duan has any errands in the future and needs Little Brother's help, then within Little Brother's ability, Little Brother will absolutely not refuse. When Hu Dong finished speaking, even Jiang Yue and Qiu Ping had a hint of disdain in their eyes when they looked at him. This Hu Dong had no integrity at all. Earlier, he was still arguing with Hu Lianyu. Based on his words, it was obvious he looked down on this great god that Hu Lianyu had found. However, in just a blink of an eye, his attitude had completely changed. He had become a bootlicker. Even Hu Lianyu was stunned when she saw Hu Dong's behavior. She said snappily, Hu Dong, if Elder Brother Duan needs anything, I'll be there. You won't be needed. Stop trying to worm your way into being friends with him. Hu Lianyu said to Hu Dong rudely. Hu Dong was not angry when he saw Hu Lianyu's behavior. Instead, he looked at Hu Lianyu with a gentle smile on his face. His earlier arrogance was nowhere to be seen. Here comes the bonus. Qiu Ping suddenly raised his head and exclaimed. In the next instant, a crimson-red ray of light descended from the horizon. A thick and heavy piece of metal floated down from the ray of light. The piece of metal looked ordinary, but the aura it emitted was terrifying. It seemed to carry an extremely sharp aura. It even caused the divine weapons in Duan Lingtian and the others' hands to begin to vibrate. The artifact spirits appeared one by one and then hid within the artifacts. Master, this is the embryo for forging a supreme artifact. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering what it was, he heard the voice of Huang the sword spirit of the seven orifices exquisite sword. At this moment, Huang voice was trembling. The embryo for a supreme artifact. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. He had heard of the supreme artifact more than once, but what was the embryo for a supreme artifact? It's the embryo for a supreme artifact. Hu Lianyu's exclamation came at the right time. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian discovered Hu Lianyu was not the only one whose eyes were shining brightly. Everyone else's eyes were shining brightly as well. There was a hint of greed in their eyes as well. Elder brother Duan, hurry up and collect the embryo for this supreme artifact. Hu Lianyu's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ear. Although they probably won't dare to snatch it, it's better to be safe than sorry. If they destroy it and hide it in their storage rings, even if they die, you will miss it. As soon as Hu Lianyu said this, Duan Lingtian did not care what it was and immediately collected it. In fact, in the process of collecting it, the space energy that he had gathered in his hand was mostly annihilated by the sharpness of this seemingly inconspicuous piece of iron. Is this the embryo for a supreme artifact? The embryo is already so terrifying. How strong would a real supreme artifact be? Duan Lingtian knew about supreme artifacts. They were divine weapons that ultimate experts hid in their bodies and nurtured for many years. Their power was far greater than that of a superior artifact. A supreme artifact, even without an artifact soul, could easily destroy a superior artifact with a full soul. The most powerful divine artifact was also recognized as the most powerful divine artifact in this world. Generally, they were in the hands of ultimate experts. Of course, there were also a small number of upper-level ultimate gods who were given supreme divine weapons due to their close relationship with the supreme divine weapons. These upper-level ultimate gods were considered the best among the upper-level ultimate gods in this world with the help of their supreme divine weapons. Elder brother Duan, after Duan Lingtian put away the embryo for a supreme artifact, Hu Lianyu's voice continued, supreme artifacts are divine weapons nurtured by ultimate experts. Hu Lianyu could see how calm Duan Lingtian was when he saw the supreme powerhouse's embryonic divine weapon. She knew he did not know how precious the supreme powerhouse's embryonic divine weapon was. For this reason, she thought Duan Lingtian might not know about the supreme powerhouse's embryonic divine weapon. For this reason, he did not hesitate to tell Duan Lingtian about how precious and rare the supreme divine weapon was. Then, he began to introduce the embryos of ultimate divine weapons. Because ultimate divine weapons are extremely difficult to nurture, and the cycle required is also very long, some ultimate divine weapons have started to nurture embryos of ultimate divine weapons. Embryos for a supreme artifact are all peerless materials. For example, Elder Brother Duan, that seemingly unremarkable piece of metal you just obtained, if I'm not mistaken, it should be extreme black gold. It is one of the most precious materials for forging weapons in this world. Any one of these embryos will increase the power of a full soul high-grade divine artifact. When all 9 embryos are fused into a full soul high-grade divine artifact, it will transform into a true supreme divine artifact. Giving birth to embryos of Omega artifacts is much simpler than giving birth to Omega artifacts. The period of giving birth is much shorter as well. Thus, many Omega experts will give birth to embryos of Omega artifacts and toss them into the planar battlefield as a reward. A very long time ago, it was said that the planar battlefield used to give out Overgod artifacts as rewards. However, later on, because it took too long to nurture an Overgod artifact, The planar battlefield only gave out embryos of overgod artifacts as rewards. In the planar battlefield, these embryos for ultimate artifacts are considered peerless treasures. Even high-level ultimate gods would kill for it. After Hu Lianyu's explanation, Duan Lingtian also understood what the embryos for ultimate artifacts meant. He immediately took out the embryos for ultimate artifacts and summoned the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. Huang how will the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword fuse with the embryos for ultimate artifacts? The moment Duan Lingtian asked, Huang Er's tone became somewhat urgent. Master, you intend to fuse the embryos for ultimate artifacts into the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword? After all, she was the sword soul of the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. Once the embryos for ultimate artifacts were fused into the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword, she would also benefit greatly. If 9 embryos for ultimate artifacts were fused into the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword, she would even be able to leave the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword after it became a supreme artifact and become a completely independent living being. She would be no different from an ordinary human or any other independent living being. At that time, she would also possess a cultivation level only lower than the original owner of the artifact. She would even be able to cultivate on her own and raise her cultivation level. Of course, if the owner of the artifact was an ultimate artifact, she would at most have the cultivation level of a medium god. If she wanted to become a higher god, she would have to rely on herself. Moreover, at that time, as long as her master was willing, she could even regain her freedom. At that time, it would not make much of a difference whether the artifact in the hands of the artifact's owner had her as its artifact soul, because ultimate artifacts did not rely on artifact souls. If the artifact soul was present, it would still be strong. If the artifact soul was not present, it would still be strong. Ultimate divine weapons were also known as divine weapons that had returned to their original state. Chapter 42-49. When Duan Lingtian asked Huang how to integrate the embryo of the supreme weapon into the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword, he could clearly sense that the sword soul of the supreme-grade divine sword used by his Space Law doppelganger was slightly agitated as well. This was because as Duan Lingtian's sword soul, she could clearly hear the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Of course, although she heard it, she didn't say anything because she knew that it was useless to say anything. She hadn't been with this master for long, but the other sword soul had been with this master for a long time. Master, it's actually not difficult to integrate the embryo of the supreme weapon into the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. Master, you just have to hold it in your hand and allow my power to envelop it. Next, I'll just digest and absorb it. After I've completely absorbed it, the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword will also reach a higher level. At that time, I'll be able to help you fight your enemies. When Huang spoke again, there was a hint of excitement in her voice. Although she had been loyal to Duan Lingtian from the moment she called herself Duan Lingtian's divine weapon soul, she could not help but feel excited when she realized that she would one day be independent of the divine weapon and have her freedom. Based on her understanding of her current master, if the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword really became a supreme weapon one day, her master would probably be willing to let her regain her freedom. All right. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately took out the embryo of the supreme divine weapon. As soon as the embryo appeared in his hand, he could feel Huang Er's energy surging out and shrouding it before it was absorbed by Huang Er. The huge embryo was completely integrated into the seven-colored light. During this process, Duan Lingtian could sense that the sword soul of the other divine sword used by his Space Law doppelganger was slightly agitated, but it did not act rashly in the end. Duan Lingtian was quite satisfied with this. At least the sword soul of the divine sword was tactful. In his heart, the sword soul of this divine sword that he had just obtained was naturally far from being comparable to the sword soul of Huang Er's Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. Congratulations, elder brother Duan. The first person to congratulate Duan Lingtian was not Hu Lianyu, but Hu Dong. At this moment, Hu Dong looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of smiles, and he had a warm and respectful appearance. Hu Lianyu frowned. However, he still took the initiative to congratulate Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan. Hu Lianyu looked at Duan Lingtian and said, If you have time in the future, come find me at the Hu family. He knew that after leaving this secret realm, they would have to part ways. If they wanted to meet again in the future, they would have to rely on fate. Unless they agreed to meet at a nearby military camp, it would be very difficult for them to meet again. All right. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. When he heard Hu Lianyu's words, he smiled and nodded at him. I owe you a favor for this trip to the natural secret realm. I will repay this favor in the future. Duan Lingtian knew very well that if Hu Lianyu had not invited him into this natural secret realm, he would not have had such a great harvest. Not only did he obtain a divine fruit comparable to the heavenly Tao fruit, but he also obtained the embryo of a supreme divine artifact, which allowed the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword's power to reach a new level. The 7 Orifices' exquisite sword's power had reached a new level, which meant that his strength had also reached a new level. Elder brother Duan. Before everyone was forcefully sent out of the secret realm, Hu Lianyu said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, your divine sword has been fused with the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. If you use it again in the future, people will be able to see through it. If others can seize your divine sword, even if the sword soul is destroyed, the embryo of a supreme divine artifact can still be forcefully removed. Therefore, in front of those experts whom you are not confident of defeating, try not to reveal your divine sword. It's best to use other divine swords. Since Duan Lingtian could not even recognize the embryo of a supreme divine artifact, Hu Lianyu could not help but transmit a reminder to Duan Lingtian. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not know about this. However, now that he heard Hu Lianyu's words, he became more cautious. He was not a reckless man. Naturally, he knew that there were some risks that he should not take if he could avoid them. Duan Lingtian. While everyone was waiting for the secret realm to send them out, the veiled woman suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian. Can we talk in private? Duan Lingtian was startled at first, but then he nodded. Then, under the guidance of the veiled woman, they went to the side of the canyon. Their backs were facing Hu Lianyu and the others. When they arrived at the side of the canyon, the veiled woman removed the veil on her face in front of Duan Lingtian, revealing a beautiful and flawless face. She was so beautiful that it was enough to move the hearts of most ordinary men. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything when he saw her face. After all, he had never seen a woman more beautiful than her in his life. Although the woman in front of him was good-looking, she was still not as good as her. Duan Lingtian, I'm Luo Yiyun. The name that Sister Yue introduced me to is my alias. I'm from the Luo clan in the Divine Offering Land. The patriarch of the Luo clan is my father. The veiled woman introduced herself in front of Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard her self-introduction, he could not help but feel surprised. The Luo clan in the Divine Offering Land. If she didn't remember wrongly, the Luo clan was one of the most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. It was as famous as the Xia clan and the Yun clan. There were 3 clans among the most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. They were the Luo clan, the Xia clan, and the Yun clan. The 3 clans were equally powerful as they were all powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering if the Luo clan was another Luo clan, Luo Yiyun spoke again. The Luo clan I'm from is one of the 3 most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. It has a long history and has an extremely powerful ancestor. She paused for a moment and looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Duan Lingtian, you're from a low-level secondary plane and are not well known in the Divine Offering Land. I don't think you've joined any decent clans. In her opinion, if Duan Lingtian had joined any clans, even if it was an ordinary ultimate god clan, Duan Lingtian's talent would be well known. She could also clearly sense that Duan Lingtian was younger than her. Moreover, he was much younger. Such an existence was definitely a monster among monsters. Today, I, Luo Yiyun, on behalf of the Luo clan, would like to invite you to join us. If you join us, the Luo clan will definitely treat you well. I'll ask my father to adopt you and make you the young master of the Luo clan. Your status in the Luo clan won't be lower than my brother's. Compared to my brothers and me, the treatment you can enjoy is definitely better, not worse. Luo Yiyun tried to win Duan Lingtian over and made all kinds of promises. She seemed to be able to make all the decisions for her father. "Oh, it's the daughter of the Luo clan. My apologies for not recognizing you." Duan Lingtian nodded to Luo Yiyun and then smiled faintly. "However, I'm not interested in joining your Luo clan. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Luo." Luo Yiyun did not expect Duan Lingtian to reject her so bluntly. She could not help but frown for a moment before quickly relaxing. "Duan Lingtian, if you think my conditions are not enough, you can mention some of yours. If it's appropriate, I can promise you on behalf of my father." Luo Yiyun obviously did not plan to let Duan Lingtian go just like that. In her opinion, if Duan Lingtian entered the Luo clan, with his monstrous innate talent, it was very likely that he would become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Even if he could not become an ultimate expert, if such an existence became a high-level ultimate god with the help of the Luo clan's ultimate divine weapon, who below the ultimate expert level could defeat him? At that time, the Luo clan would have one more ultimate expert. Now, in the Luo family, the only one who could be called the strongest person in the family was her ancestor, who she had never met before. Conditions? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. "Miss Luo, do you mean that I can name my own conditions?" "I can name any conditions I want." "You can name any conditions you want." Luo Yiyun saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be a little moved, and her originally silent thoughts suddenly became active again. She was afraid that Duan Lingtian would not name his conditions. If he did, everything could be discussed. At least, there was hope. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, his eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. "Miss Luo, if the Luo clan can help me kill someone, I can join the Luo clan." "Who do you want the Luo clan to kill?" Luo Yiyun asked. Although it was not too difficult for the Luo clan to kill someone, unless the other party was an ultimate expert or an outstanding high-level ultimate god, even an ordinary high-level ultimate god could be killed by the Luo clan. However, she deliberately asked who Duan Lingtian wanted to kill. After all, other than those who were powerful, the Luo clan could not kill those who were not powerful but had a strong background. Therefore, when she heard Duan Lingtian's condition, which she did not think was harsh, she wanted to confirm it. Moreover, she also felt that if Duan Lingtian could not kill someone, the person would not be simple. Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Yiyun calmly and said slowly, "The first young master of the Yun clan in the world of divine remains, Yun Qingyang. If the Luo clan can kill him for me, I'll join the Luo clan." When Duan Lingtian mentioned Yun Qingyang, Luo Yiyun's eyes widened in shock. It was only when Duan Lingtian finished speaking that she regained her senses and smiled bitterly. "The Luo clan can't kill this person for you." Although the person's strength was not strong, his identity was not to be underestimated. If her memory served her right, her grandfather's generation and the elders of the Yun family had a marriage alliance with the Yun family. In fact, she and Yun Qingyang were cousins. Yun Qingyang could be considered her cousin. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Luo Yiyun could not help but ask as she felt it was a pity. Chapter 4250. Luo Yiyun regretted her question as soon as it left her mouth. It seemed like she had asked an unnecessary question. If there was no enmity between them, why would Duan Lingtian ask for such a condition? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Luo Yiyun's question. He glanced at her indifferently before he ignored her. At the same time, he felt that this woman was a little stupid. If there was no enmity between them, why would he ask the Luo clan to help him kill Yun Qingyang? It seemed like she had asked an unnecessary question. "Can't you change the condition?" Luo Yiyun asked, feeling slightly dissatisfied. The Luo clan had the strength to kill Yun Qingyang, but they would not do such a thing for this freak in front of them. If this matter was not handled properly, it would cause a rift between the Luo clan and the Yun clan. In the eyes of the Luo clan, unless the person in front of them was a supreme powerhouse, there was no reason for them to break ties with the Yun clan. "Let's drop this topic at this point," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the sky above the canyon was beginning to stir. It seemed like they would be sent out of this natural secret land soon. During the process of being sent out of the natural mystic realm, several spatial scenes may appear. You'll be rewarded for clearing any of the spatial scenes. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from his third senior brother, Yang Yu Chen, so he was mentally prepared. Naturally, the spatial scenes that would appear during the process of being sent out had a time limit. One had to clear them within a certain time limit to obtain the reward. Otherwise, one would not be able to obtain anything. The later the spatial scenes were, the more difficult it would be to enter them. I wonder how many spatial scenes I'll be able to see and what kind of reward I'll obtain. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. However, he knew it would be impossible for a reward like the embryo of a supreme divine weapon to appear. Even a reward like the Heaven Ascension Fruit would be hard to come by. He would only be able to obtain a reward like the Heaven Ascension Fruit if he could clear all the spatial scenes during the process of leaving. Elder brother Duan will be sent out of this secret land soon. Hu Lianyu's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Next, during the process of being sent away, we will each enter a separate space. He thought that Duan Lingtian was not clear about this, so he reminded Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian quickly interrupted him, indicating that he knew about this. Hearing this, Hu Lianyu also felt relieved. After Duan Lingtian and the rest waited for a while, the teleportation power finally descended from the sky above the canyon and enveloped Duan Lingtian and the rest. At the same time, a line of words appeared in their minds. Congratulations on clearing the stage, Duan Lingtian. At this time, Luo Yiyun's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. In the future, if you need my help or even the Luo family's help, you can come to the Luo family to look for me. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely not refuse. Although it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to join the Luo family now, it was definitely beneficial for the Luo family to be on good terms with such a peerless genius. Thank you, Miss Luo. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew what Luo Yiyun was thinking. He expressed his gratitude through voice transmission. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the rest only felt the teleportation power enveloping them and then bringing them into a colorful passage. Moving forward in the passage seemed to have no end. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian could still see the others, but after a while, he could no longer see anyone else. After a while, Duan Lingtian realized that the colorful passage in front of him had disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy black stone prison surrounded by huge black stone pillars that formed a cage and imprisoned him. Roar! In the black stone prison, there was a giant beast that exuded a terrifying aura. After seeing Duan Lingtian, it woke up from its sleep and roared. Without giving Duan Lingtian any time to prepare, it directly pounced on Duan Lingtian. This great demon's strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god and its strength was not bad. However, it was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not even make a move. With a thought, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword flashed out and Huang Er's figure appeared. Then, Huang Er used her body to control the sword and directly killed the great demon. During the process, Duan Lingtian could also clearly feel that the Seven Orifices exquisite sword had undergone subtle changes, but it was not obvious. Master, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword has only absorbed 1% of the supreme artifact's embryo. Once it fully absorbs it, there will be an even greater transformation, Huang Er said as if she could see Duan Lingtian's thoughts through Duan Lingtian's eyes. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Although it's only 1%, it's already a little obvious. If it fully integrates, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword's power will definitely reach a new level. By then, his strength would also increase by another level. After killing the great demon, the rewards of the laws swept over and a divine elixir fell from the sky. However, it was just a divine elixir that Duan Lingtian did not care for. He casually kept it and did not look at it again. Moments after receiving the rewards, Duan Lingtian found himself in the colorful passage again. Then, different spatial scenes appeared in front of him. In those spatial scenes, there were no gatekeepers from the land of punishment. They were all great demons that were killed by Duan Lingtian one after another. The first few spatial scenes did not give him any surprises. However, The last spatial scene before he exited gave Duan Lingtian a small surprise. It was a branch of the divine tree of life. Although it was just a branch of the divine tree of life, the life energy on it was terrifyingly rich. This branch of the divine tree of life must be from a divine tree of life in a realm of gods. Otherwise, the life energy would not be so rich. Duan Lingtian had been to the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained a damaged divine tree of life there. Even now, the divine tree of life had taken root in his little world for a long time. However, the life energy in it was not very rich. After the previous consumption, it barely reached the level of the life energy in this branch of the divine tree of life. It should be able to nourish the divine tree of life in my body, right? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian threw the branch of the divine tree of life he had just obtained into his little world and directly threw it to the top of the divine tree of life. In the next instant, the withered divine tree of life extended a suction force and directly sucked the branch of the divine tree of life into its little world. Then, the withered divine tree of life once again bloomed with vitality. It actually works. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He was also pleasantly surprised. He did not expect his spur-of-the-moment idea to actually give him such a pleasant surprise. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian threw the branch of the divine tree of life into his little world for the divine tree of life to absorb, he officially exited the teleportation passage in the natural secret realm and appeared in the divine judgment realm. The natural secret realm that he had entered first was near a military camp. Although it was said to be near, it was still quite a distance away. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Hu Lianyu, and the others who had been with him earlier were also teleported to the vicinity. Naturally, the timing did not match with Duan Lingtian's time. If there were no surprises, Duan Lingtian should be the first to exit the natural secret realm. This was because, on the way out, the spatial scenes that appeared one after another showed him instantly killing the great demons that blocked his way. As for the others, even if they were no match for him, they would only be able to exit the natural secret realm with a single thought. As long as they were not greedy, they would not die. The teleportation passage was merely an extra reward for the people in charge of managing the secret realm. The purpose was not to kill but to reward people. Of course, whether or not they could obtain the reward depended on themselves. At this moment, in a very mysterious place in the land of sanctions, a towering tree that seemed to be able to support the heavens and the earth radiated extremely rich vitality. In fact, the vitality had even turned into liquid in this place. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared at the top of the towering tree. It was the figure of an elderly woman. "Granny, why did you come out?" A beautiful figure appeared soundlessly in this place and looked at the old woman's illusory figure in confusion. "Little girl." The old woman's gaze softened when she saw the beautiful figure in front of her. She shook her head and said, "I can sense that the branch you took from me in the past has been devoured by another divine tree of life. Someone obtained the divine tree of life through other means and planted it in their little world. I can sense that the divine tree of life's growth is on the right track. Perhaps, it'll be the next you." The old woman's gaze softened as she looked at the beautiful figure in front of her. In the past, the beautiful figure in front of her had accidentally entered the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained her. Since then, she had entered the beautiful figure's little world. Not only had she recovered from her injuries, but she had also recovered to her peak. After that, she had made great strides in her cultivation and became a supreme expert. Then, her little world had transformed into a realm of gods. The land of sanctions. The next me. The beautiful figure smiled faintly when she heard the old woman's words. "I hope he'll be able to reach this stage." Over the years, many people have accidentally entered the ruins of a realm of gods and obtained the divine tree of life. However, very few people have managed to reach this stage. Now that the situation in the outer realm is dire, it's good that we have another supreme expert. However, it's still difficult to become a supreme expert with the help of the divine tree of life. Even I had to rely on the clear heavens divine tree and you to become a supreme expert. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Duan Lingtian had sent the divine tree of life to the divine tree of life. After all, Duan Lingtian's act of feeding the divine tree of life in his little world had alarmed the divine tree of life in the land of punishment in the realms of gods. Chapter 42:51. It feels like the divine tree of life has not only fully recovered, but it's even stronger than before. The vitality in my little world has also increased a lot. After leaving the natural secret realm, Duan Lingtian took a look at his little world and discovered the divine tree of life had not only fully recovered, but it was also much stronger than before. It seems like it has improved a lot after absorbing the branch from the divine tree of life. The branch from the divine tree of life must be a divine tree of life in its prime for it to improve so much. A mature divine tree of life. Duan Lingtian knew a lot about the divine tree of life. Previously, he had encountered the divine tree of life and the world-cleansing divine water in the divine tree of life in the ruins of the realm of gods. He had learned many secrets about the divine tree of life from the world-cleansing divine water. The divine tree of life usually existed in the little world of a supreme powerhouse. If one was not a supreme powerhouse, it was possible to obtain the divine tree of life. However, not many people were so lucky. Duan Lingtian had obtained the divine tree of life in his body out of pure luck. If one was not a supreme powerhouse and had obtained the divine tree of life, as long as one had sufficient innate talent and comprehension skills, one would have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse. However, this path was not easy. It was much more difficult than the 5 divine elements and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. The 4 Tao of heaven and earth were widely recognized as shortcuts to becoming a supreme powerhouse. The 5 divine elements' final form was the 5 divine elements' final form. After that, one would have to obtain the divine tree of life and other unconventional paths. The divine tree of life. Even if one didn't have the divine tree of life in their little world and relied on other paths to become a supreme powerhouse, the divine tree of life will be born in their little world after they become a supreme powerhouse. If one obtained the divine tree of life before becoming a supreme powerhouse, the divine tree of life won't be born again since the divine tree of life already exists in their little world. Duan Lingtian had learned all this from the world-cleansing divine water. For this reason, he knew a lot about the divine tree of life. Every one of the supreme beings is an outstanding divine alchemist. That's why most of the rewards in the planar battlefield are divine alchemists. Not to mention anything else, Duan Lingtian's trip to the natural secret realm this time had given them a lot of extra rewards, most of which were divine pills. As for the others, they did not gain anything from the beginning. However, when they came out and entered the individual spatial scenes, they more or less gained some benefits. Moreover, their gains were basically all divine pellets. On top of that, supreme beings can nurture supreme beings. Therefore, supreme beings are also the most outstanding divine artifact masters in this world. This time, the harvest is not bad. Let's see if we can enter 1 or 2 more secret realms. Based on my current progress, it shouldn't be difficult for me to enter the lower ultimate god realm before the chaotic area opens. Currently, they were getting closer and closer to the opening of the 10-year area that was connected to many realms of gods. At that time, there would be better mystic realms and better opportunities to appear. In the various realms of gods, there were many people who did not usually enter the realms of gods. They would only enter the realms of gods when the area opened to search for opportunities. Hu Lianyu. If there's a chance in the future, I'll have to return the favor. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he thought about how he had to thank Hu Lianyu from the Hu clan, a heavyweight ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, for this trip to the natural secret realm. In the end, it was all thanks to Hu Lianyu's invitation that he was able to gain so much this time. If Hu Lianyu had not invited him, he would not be able to gain any benefits no matter how strong he was. As for the others, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, other than Hu Lianyu, the others, including Luo Yiyun from the Luo clan, a heavyweight ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, were just passers-by in his life. Perhaps, they would not cross paths again in the future. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian did not give himself any pressure. He would find a place to cultivate and comprehend the sword principle and control Tao. Even the law of space continued to improve with the help of the supreme divinity in his body. the original owner of the supreme divinity. Even the weakest supreme divinity would have reached the point of illuminating tens of thousands of miles with the power of law. It might even have reached the perfected stage. However, even if it's the perfected stage, it should only be the small perfection and not the great perfection stage. The comprehension of the power of law and the great perfection stage were divided into the small perfection and the great perfection stage. The small perfection stage was the perfected stage of the power of law. The great perfection stage was the perfected stage of all the power of law. At least, as far as he knew, no one in this world had reached the great perfection stage of any power of law because it was very, very difficult. Once one's power of law reached the great perfection stage, it meant that one had reached the pinnacle of that power of law. Since the birth of this world, there shouldn't have been such a person. This was also what third senior brother Yang Yuchen had said to Duan Lingtian. Because of this, the great perfection stage of the power of law was completely a legend, a myth. Obtaining the supreme divinity seems to be a way to become an supreme expert. I have many ways to become an supreme expert in my hands, but I don't know which way I'll use to become an supreme expert in the future. However, according to Sister Shui, it's best to use the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert. Using the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert would also be the strongest among those who had just become an supreme expert. Although Duan Lingtian also hoped that he could use the sword principle or control Tao of the 4 principles of heaven and earth to become an supreme expert, he also knew that he could only try his best. When the time came, other paths would be better, and he would still choose another path. Even after becoming an supreme expert, one could continue to comprehend the 4 principles of heaven and earth. No matter what realm one reached, it was only a matter of time. It would not affect one's future strength too much. I'll continue to accumulate battle merits. When the time comes, I'll use up all my battle merits to open a secret realm. Duan Lingtian had been killing all the existences in the land of punishment to accumulate battle merits. His goal was clear. Before the chaotic area opened, he would use up all his battle merits to open a secret realm and indirectly exchange them for various treasures. Of course, before opening the secret realm, he had another goal: step into the ultimate god realm. Oh no! This time, Duan Lingtian was flying over a valley in the dimensional battlefield. Suddenly, he felt the air around him tremble. In the next moment, an extremely powerful suction force swept out from the valley and enveloped him in the blink of an eye. He wanted to teleport immediately, but he didn't succeed in doing so. The suction force came too quickly. It's not a powerhouse. It's purely the force of nature in the valley. When he was enveloped by the suction force, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He thought he was being targeted by a powerhouse. However, after a while, he realized that no one had made a move. It was purely the force of nature in the valley. Before Duan Lingtian could continue to think, he suddenly realized that the suction force enveloping him was shaken. Then, it forcefully tore the space apart and opened a spatial black hole. Then, an even stronger suction force from the spatial black hole enveloped him. He was sucked into the spatial black hole without being able to resist at all. I'm going to be sent to the secret realm of the land of punishment's high-level god emperors to be the guardian of the secret realm. Before he was sucked into the spatial black hole, this was the only thought left in Duan Lingtian's mind. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He did not expect this day to come. It's really. Every dog has its day. Next, I'm going to be surrounded and killed by the land of punishment's challengers. It should be the high-level god emperor challengers, right? I've never heard of anyone being sent into a secret realm as a guardian. It's based on strength. I've heard that it's based on cultivation level. Please don't send me to the secret realm of the middle-level god challengers. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but worry after being sucked into the spatial black hole. He was worried that he would be sent to the secret realm of the middle-level god challengers. Although his strength was enough to kill the weakest of the middle-level gods, he could not do anything to the stronger middle-level gods. If there were too many of them, he would definitely die. Therefore, he could only pray silently in his heart that he would be sent into the secret realm of the land of punishment's high-level god emperor challengers. Even if that was not the case, it would be the secret realm of the lower-level god challengers. Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts were spinning, the darkness in front of him did not last long. Soon, light and clarity were restored. What is this place? At the same time, he heard a cry of surprise. He focused his eyes and saw that there were 3 other people around him. Behind the 4 of them, a huge spatial black hole was rapidly shrinking. In just 2 breaths' time, the spatial black hole had completely shrunk and disappeared. In addition, Duan Lingtian also saw that there were 3 groups of people standing below the void where they were. Each group had 2 people and there was a total of 6 people. We've been sent into the secret realm of the land of punishment's challengers and have become challengers in the secret realm. Next to Duan Lingtian, another guardian of the land of divine remains finally regained his senses. At the same time, his expression changed drastically. The other 2 did not look too good either. Only Duan Lingtian looked calm and did not seem to panic at all. It was as if he was not afraid of what was going to happen next. He had no choice but to remain calm. This was because Duan Lingtian had just discovered that the 3 guardians of the land of divine remains who were sent into the secret realm with him were only high-level god emperors. As for the 6 people below, it was not difficult for him to confirm their identities after scanning them with his divine consciousness. They were all high-level god emperors. Chapter 42-52. There are 4 guardians from the divine offering land in the next challenge. There should be at least 1 half-step ultimate god, right? Below Duan Lingtian's group of 4 who suddenly appeared, the 6 upper divine emperors looked at Duan Lingtian's group from afar. Their eyes were indifferent and their faces were calm. It seemed like they were not nervous at all. The guardians from the divine offering land just now were 5 half-step ultimate gods. Now that there are only 4 of them, I'm sure at least one of them is a half-step ultimate god. Maybe even 2 of them are half-step ultimate gods. His tone was incomparably calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, another person said faintly when he heard the words of the person who was exploring the secret realm with him. The 6 of us are all half-step ultimate gods. Only 3 of us were able to kill the 5 people in the first checkpoint within 10 breaths of time. For this trial, the 6 of us will attack together. From the moment we attack, we should be able to finish the battle within 5 breaths of time. The 3rd challenger from the land of sanctions to speak smiled indifferently and fearlessly. 5 breaths of time? The 4th person shook his head and said, I think you're underestimating yourself and us. We have 6 half-step ultimate gods. Even if there are 2 half-step ultimate gods among the 4 of them, it'll be difficult for them to survive for more than 3 breaths of time, let alone 5 breaths of time. Unless we give them a chance to escape. We have someone who's good at the law of space among us. Even if they have someone who's good at the law of space, it's impossible for them to teleport. Even if they have someone who's good at the law of wind, we have 2 people who are good at the law of wind. In terms of speed, even if they have 2 half-step ultimate gods who are good at the law of wind, we won't lose to them. As soon as the 4th person finished speaking, the other 4 nodded in agreement. I'm talking about if we don't cooperate. The person who said 5 breaths of time smiled awkwardly. If we had discussed beforehand and cooperated to deal with them, it would have taken less than 3 breaths of time. If we're in a state of disunity, it should have taken more than 3 breaths of time. The people from the 6 sanctioned lands spoke as if there was no one else present. Furthermore, they did not send voice transmissions to each other. They spoke directly. As a result, their voices were all heard by Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian was only slightly surprised as he did not expect all the people from the 6 sanctioned lands to be half-step ultimate gods. The other 3 gatekeepers from the divine offering land like Duan Lingtian were shocked. They have 6 half-step ultimate gods. It's over. It's over. At that moment, the 3 of them were terrified. This was because the 3 of them were only upper-rank divine emperors who were close to becoming half-step ultimate gods. They were still a distance away from becoming half-step ultimate gods. Are you half-step ultimate gods? One of them glanced at the Duan Lingtian trio and couldn't help but ask. Another person shook his head. I'm not. Even if all four of us are half-step ultimate gods, do you think we can survive this time? Based on what they're saying, the 5 gatekeepers from the divine offering land are all half-step ultimate gods like us. There's no half-step ultimate gods among them. If I'm not mistaken, there should be at most 2 half-step ultimate gods among the 4 of us. There might even be only 1 half-step ultimate god. Let me say this first, I'm not a half-step ultimate god. The third person spoke. He glanced at the first person who spoke and then looked at Du and Lingtian. The first person who spoke noticed the third person's gaze and turned pale. Don't look at me. I'm not a half-step ultimate god either. As soon as he finished speaking, all 3 of them, including him, looked at Du and Lingtian. Du and Lingtian gently nodded as he looked at the 3 of them. I should be considered a half-step ultimate god. Should be. When Du and Lingtian's words entered into the ears of the 3 of them, they were undoubtedly words of modesty. This was because in their opinion, if they were not half-step ultimate gods, Du and Lingtian must be a half-step ultimate god. It's over. A half-step ultimate god. With the 3 of us, I'm afraid we won't even be able to withstand a single blow from the 6 of them. I can't believe I'm so unlucky to have accidentally entered a secret realm like this. I might have had a chance if I came in a few later. Now, I'm dead meat. Even after confirming that Du and Lingtian was a half-step ultimate god, the 3 of them from the divine offering land were not happy at all. They were all dejected and thought they were going to die. The 4 of them did not use voice transmission to communicate with each other. Therefore, the 6 of them in the land of sanctions heard everything clearly. Only 1 half-step ultimate god among the 4 of them. I overestimated them earlier. I think that even if we only send 3 people, we'll be able to finish them off in 10 breaths' time. If the 6 of us work together, I feel like we'll be able to kill them in a single breath's time. At this moment, 4 of the 6 from the land of sanctions stared at Du and Lingtian and the others with a mocking smile on their faces. Only the 2 of them maintained a calm expression. Extraordinary one of the 2 spoke at the right time. It's best not to be careless. This time, the 6 of us will attack them together again. We can't assume they're only half-step ultimate gods just because they said they're only half-step ultimate gods. Indeed. Another person who looked equally calm also spoke. We still have to be careful. The 6 of us will attack together and discuss our cooperation beforehand. We'll try to take them down in the shortest time possible. It's best to treat all 4 of them as half-step ultimate gods. Although the other 4 felt they were being overly cautious, they did not reject their suggestion as it was not a big deal to be careful. If that's the case, let's attack together. One of the 4 with a mocking smile grinned. What's the plan next? I'll follow your lead. The other 3 with a mocking smile looked at the 2 who had remained calm so far. Their gazes were the same as if they were following orders. The 2 of them looked at each other before one of them said, I'm good at the law of space. I'll be responsible for disrupting the space and cooperating with them to hunt down the fastest among them. The 2 of you are good at the law of wind. You'll be ready to chase down the escaping ones at any time. As for the others, we'll kill them directly. He did not deliberately transmit his voice when he was talking about the plan. Although he felt they had to be careful, he also felt there was no need to be secretive. Even if the opponents were 4 half-step ultimate gods, they could still take them down without hiding anything. This time, the 4 gatekeepers of the divine offering land would definitely die. The 6 from the land of sanctions were making plans as if no one was around. Du and Lingtian and the other gatekeepers from the divine offering land heard their plan clearly. For a moment, the 3 of them who were already in despair became even more desperate. They think we're deliberately deceiving them. Unfortunately, I'm really not a half-step ultimate god. It doesn't matter if they have a plan or not, we're all going to die this time. I regret it. I shouldn't have entered the dimensional battlefield if I knew this would happen. The 3 gatekeepers' faces were pale and their hopes were dashed. Even when they saw the divine power rising from the 6 gatekeepers from the land of sanctions, their bodies did not show any signs of abnormality. They were still maintaining their weak divine power in the air and did not show any signs of battle. It was as if they had completely given up on resisting. Du and Lingtian was the only one who took a step forward. The divine power on his body swept out and waves of dimensional storm raged around him. Du and Lingtian stepped out and took the lead to face the 6 gatekeepers from the Land of Sanctions alone. The 3 gatekeepers from the Divine Offering Land who were originally in despair seemed to have been influenced by Du and Lingtian. A fierce look appeared on their faces at that moment. This master doesn't intend to wait for death. We can't embarrass the Divine Offering Land. Even if we can't win, we'll fight them. Even if we die, we'll die a glorious death. Master, let me help you. The 3 gatekeepers from the Divine Offering Land who were prepared to die a moment ago also stepped forward and stood side by side with Du and Lingtian after Du and Lingtian stepped forward to protect them behind him. However, Du and Lingtian was not influenced by the 3 gatekeepers' willingness to die. Instead, he was stunned. Did the 3 of them misunderstand me? Did they think I was willing to die? The 6 gatekeepers from the Land of Sanctions also broke through the air and charged toward Du and Lingtian and the other 3. I think we're being too careful. Those 3 were obviously waiting for death. If it wasn't for the half-step ultimate god who stepped forward and influenced them, they would have given up on resisting. The mocking smile on one of the gatekeepers' face became even brighter. Don't be careless. We'll follow the original plan and do our best to kill them. Yes. A lion will use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Don't underestimate anyone. I'll shake the surrounding space. The 2 of you who are proficient in the law of wind, keep an eye on them and prioritize the deserter among them. Ha ha. Fortunately, I'm not proficient in the law of space or the law of wind. I don't have to go through so much trouble and can directly fight them. The 6 half-step ultimate gods from the Land of Sanctions broke through the air and charged toward Du and Lingtian and the other 3 with absolute confidence. In their opinion, what awaited them next would be a complete crushing victory. Even the 2 gatekeepers who were calmer thought so. At this moment, among Du and Lingtian's group of 4, apart from Du and Lingtian, the other 3 had already made up their minds to die a glorious death. However, the depths of their eyes were still filled with despair. In the face of death, their hearts were still filled with despair even if they pretended to be tough and no longer feared. Chapter 42-53. Although the 6 people from the Land of Sanctions felt that they would definitely win the battle, they did not hold back as 3 of them were on standby while the other 3 made the first move. The high-grade god items that were full souls began to shine brightly, and the power they unleashed was even more dazzling than before. The 3 half-step ultimate gods immediately rushed forward with the intention of killing Du and Lingtian and the other 3. Meanwhile, the other 3 people didn't stay idle as well. In the beginning, they were just watching from the sidelines. However, when they noticed none of Du and Lingtian's group of 4 was escaping, they followed suit and charged towards Du and Lingtian's group of 4. Let's fight it out with them. Let's kill this one who's good at the law of fire together and drag him down with us before we die. Kill him. The other 3 upper-rank god emperors from the Land of Divine Offering next to Du and Lingtian stared at one of the 3 who led the charge. The one who was good at the law of fire was the only one among the 3 who was good at the law of fire. However, their imposing auras were completely annihilated in the next instant. This was because Du and Lingtian's spatial windstorm swept them away and sent them away from the battlefield. At the same time, he became a protective barrier in front of them. The 3 of them were confused at first as they did not understand why their own people would attack them. However, they immediately realized what the only half-step ultimate god among them was going to do when they were sent to the back. He was going to take on the 6 half-step ultimate gods from the Land of Sanctions alone. Why did he have to do this? It doesn't matter if we die early or later. Does he think we can still live if he dies? Forget it. His efforts have been wasted. Let's let him shine for the last time and then let him die. The 3 of them had no complaints and did not feel it was a pity that they did not kill the other half-step ultimate god who was good at the law of fire. This was because the possibility of them killing him was almost 0. After all, there were still 5 other half-step ultimate gods on the other side. They could not just watch the 4 of them kill the half-step ultimate god who was good at the law of fire. Du and Lingtian naturally did not know what the 3 of them were thinking. He didn't even bother to control the stunned gazes of the six from the land of judgment. A spatial storm swept out from his body, and in an instant, he controlled the surrounding space. Then, a rainbow-colored light sword whizzed out of his body and floated in the void. A beautiful figure wearing a rainbow-colored robe appeared. "It's your bad luck to meet me." In the next instant, Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the six eminent ultimate gods who had regained their senses and were charging toward him. Among the six of them, only two of them were slightly frowning with vigilance while the other four were sneering. "A half-step ultimate god wants to fight the six of us? A mantis trying to stop a chariot? You overestimate yourself. Ridiculous." However, the disdain and indifference on their faces did not last long. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian swung the rainbow-colored light sword in his hand. The rainbow-colored sword light whizzed out, causing the void to tremble and tiny spatial cracks to appear. The sword light continued to expand and become more and more dazzling as if it could cover everything in its path. The six half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment were only in a stalemate for a moment before they were completely crushed by the rainbow-colored sword light. At the same time, a faint light swept across the entire heaven and earth as if it had shrouded a large area that could not be seen by the naked eye. 100,000 miles of dim light. The three from the land of divine offering who were protected by Duan Lingtian behind him cried out in horror. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" At the same time, the two calmer ones among the six from the land of judgment shouted almost at the same time. Then, the two of them took the lead to retreat. However, the other four were still a little slow to react. Whoosh! The rainbow-colored swordlight destroyed everything in its path. It was invincible and directly engulfed the four half-step ultimate gods who had yet to fully recover from their shock. No, impossible. After the four half-step ultimate gods fell, their final unwilling screams echoed in the ears of the people in the secret realm. "Let's go." At the same time, the remaining two half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment looked at each other and said in unison. In the next moment, they released their divine powers and formed a thick defense in front of them. An illusory door appeared above their heads in a timely manner. Whoosh! Another rainbow-colored sword radiance swept over, shattering the defenses that the two of them had condensed in front of them. However, just as the sword radiance shattered their defenses and was about to land on their bodies, their figures disappeared into thin air. The rainbow-colored sword light missed its target and continued to slash downwards. It landed on a continuous mountain range below, directly severing the mountain range. After the dust settled, a terrifying ravine appeared. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and its length could not be seen. Breaking a mountain with a single slash. They're quite vigilant. When the dust had settled, Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. It was as though he was not bothered by the fact that the two people from the Judgment Land had fled. His eyes were calm, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It did not matter to him whether or not he killed those two. He was sent into the secret realm as a gatekeeper. As long as he could survive, there was nothing more he could ask for. At this moment, the three people who were also from the land of divine remains were completely dumbfounded. They originally thought they were going to die. After all, the six people from the land of judgment were all half-step ultimate gods. On their side, there were not only four half-step ultimate gods, but only one half-step ultimate god. They had even decided to die with the only remaining half-step ultimate god in the world. However, they did not expect the other party to send them to the back as if to buy them more time to survive. At least, they thought so at that time. They all thought the other party was also prepared to die and just wanted to die first. Although they could not figure out why there was such a person, they did not suspect the other party was that kind of person. After all, there was no place that did not exist in this vast world. It was only at this moment that they finally understood. The other party was not the kind of weirdo who liked to die alone. The other party did not send them to the back to die first so that they could die later. It was because he was confident in dealing with the six half-step ultimate gods from the land of judgment. He crushed the attack of six half-step ultimate gods with one strike and killed four half-step ultimate gods at the same time. The remaining 2 half-step ultimate gods would have died if they didn't activate the secret realm's law in time and leave the secret realm. Those 2 are very fast. Even if they were a little slower, they would still be killed. That's terrifying. Although this master is only a high-level divine emperor, I'm afraid his strength is comparable to some lower-level ultimate gods. Maybe this master can even kill an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. Today, even an ordinary lower-level ultimate god would not be able to kill the 6 of them so easily. After the 3 of them regained their senses, they looked at each other and spoke one after another. Their voices were full of shock and their eyes were still filled with disbelief. "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives." One of them was the first to regain his senses and rose to the sky to thank Duan Lingtian. The other 2 hurriedly followed and bowed to thank Duan Lingtian. They also introduced themselves and solemnly promised that if Duan Lingtian needed their help in the future, they would not hesitate to risk their life. However, Duan Lingtian merely smiled faintly. He did not mind at all. To him, the 3 of them were just passers-by in his life. You don't have to do this. The fact that you're still alive today means that you're not fated to die. Master, may I know your name? One of the 3 men asked Duan Lingtian anxiously when the spatial whirlpool appeared and a suction force swept out. What's the matter? Master, even if you don't want anything in return, you should at least let us know the name of our savior, right? Said the other person. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not deliberately hide his name. My name is Duan Lingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them, including Duan Lingtian, were enveloped by the sucking force of the whirlpool and were taken away from the secret realm. As for the other 3, as they were taken away, they also engraved the name Duan Lingtian in their hearts. This time, if it were not for this master, they would have died without a doubt. If they were to tell others about this after they got out, they would definitely be shocked beyond word. Perhaps. Not many people dared to believe that there would be such a terrifying upper-level god-emperor in the world. Even if there were people who believed that there was such a terrifying upper-level god-emperor, they might not believe that they would coincidentally meet him. This time, they were swept into the secret realm where the people from the land of punishment were exploring and the experience of being the gatekeepers. This experience was unforgettable for them. That elegant and unrestrained purple figure who seemed to be invincible was also destined to be unforgettable for them. Duan Lingtian himself did not think much of it. Even if he had saved the 3 of them, it was just a small effort. If the 3 of them had died, he would have dealt with the 6 people from the land of punishment all the same. Saving the 3 of them was just a matter of convenience. What a magical dimensional battlefield. After Duan Lingtian was sent out, he realized that he was no longer in the sky above the valley where he had been swept into previously. He appeared in a barren stone forest. In the stone forest, there were huge rocks everywhere. The big ones were like pillars that supported the sky and the small ones were 7 to 8 meters tall. In this place, it was very easy to hide one's body. Duan Lingtian did not stay there for long. He quickly left the stone forest and continued his journey in the dimensional battlefield. Along the way, he continued to cultivate and continue to comprehend. In actual combat, he discovered his shortcomings and improved himself. Time passed quietly. The day when the chaotic area would open was getting closer and closer. 3 years before that day, Duan Lingtian finally stepped into the final bottleneck of the upper divine emperor realm. He was only 1 step away from the lower divine emperor realm. Next, I'll go into seclusion, consume the heavenly Tao fruit and step into the ultimate god realm. Duan Lingtian left the inner area of the battlefield and returned to the outer area. He found a secluded place, set up layers of formations, and went into seclusion. As long as the formations did not move, he would not be awakened. If there was any movement, even if it was just the slightest movement, he would be the first to wake up. Since he was outside, he naturally could not be reckless. He always had to have a backup plan. The 3rd heavenly Tao fruit. With my current cultivation, I'll definitely enter the ultimate god realm after digesting all of its medicinal efficacy. Divine fruits like the heavenly Tao fruit could only be consumed 3 at most. Consuming the 4th would greatly reduce the medicinal efficacy. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian did not consume the heaven ascension fruit he had obtained in the natural secret realm. Two divine fruits of the same type would develop a resistance to each other. If there was no resistance, he would have already entered the ultimate God realm with one heavenly Tao fruit and one heaven ascension fruit. There was no need to wait until now. Chapter 42-54. The Heavenly Adjudicator battlefield was the battlefield where the divine offering land and the sanctioned land intersected. In this place, people from the world of divine remains and the sanctioned lands were fighting everywhere. Not only outside, but even inside the secret territory, it was the same. Only those who came from the same realm of gods could enter the secret realm at the same time. There were two types of secret realms. One was for people from the same realm of gods who did not know each other to enter the secret land at the same time. After the secret land was opened, they would enter the secret land together with other strangers. During this process, they would face all kinds of challenges in the secret land. Some of the challenges would even be the gatekeeper of the secret land. The other type of secret land was even crueler. Two people from different realms of gods would enter the secret land at the same time and appear in a certain scene to kill each other. After killing each other, not only would they be rewarded, but they would also receive additional rewards. In the end, if one side was annihilated and the other survived, they would be able to obtain additional rewards. This type of secret land was also the cruelest. Only when one party was killed would the journey in the secret land be considered over. Before that, one could not even choose to surrender. For this reason, one had to bear the risk of entering the secret land. Naturally, this was not the only type of secret land. Even the secret land was just as dangerous. It was a one-on-one secret land. Two people would enter the same secret land and kill each other. The winner would receive additional rewards. The more battle merits one accumulated, the better the additional rewards one would receive in the secret land. Whether it was a secret land or a secret land, it was the same. However, there were many people like Duan Lingtian who had been accumulating battle merits in the multi-person secret realm before they finally opened the multi-person secret realm. This was because they might not be matched with other people like Duan Lingtian. Once you accumulated 100,000 or even 1 million battle points, you would be able to open the multiplayer secret realm. If no one had accumulated enough battle points to open the multiplayer secret realm, the multiplayer secret realm would not open. Under such circumstances, it would be easier to open the secret land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian had been accumulating his battle merit points while waiting for the last secret realm to be opened. It was a single-person secret realm. He had no intention of opening a multi-person secret realm. Perhaps, when he went to open the multiplayer secret realm, the chaotic area would have already opened before the others could open the multiplayer secret realm. While Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation to break through to the ultimate god stage, in a multi-person secret realm, a beam of light suddenly shot out in all directions and shook heaven and earth. Moreover, it was the kind of secret realm where many people were fighting each other. Originally, there were 6 people fighting each other, 3 against 3. At this moment, one of the 3 people, a graceful figure with a veil over her face, glowed brightly. Her divine power seemed to have risen by an entire level in the blink of an eye. Breakthrough. The expressions of the 3 people on the other side changed greatly, and they all retreated at the same time. On the other hand, the other 2 people on the woman's side who were wearing a veil and had obviously made a breakthrough during the battle revealed expressions of wild joy. Haha, there's hope to turn the tables. Who would have thought? Ever since they entered this multi-person secret realm, they had gone from being in high spirits to being in despair. It could be said that they had experienced ups and downs in their emotions. 5 people against 5 people. 2 of them had died, so the remaining 3 were against 3. However, the 3 people on the other side were obviously stronger than the 3 of them. Just a moment ago, the 3 of them were barely holding on and were about to lose. However, they did not expect the strongest female expert among them to make a breakthrough during the battle at the critical moment. In the blink of an eye, the divine power breath of a mid-level ultimate god had already swept across all directions. Take advantage of her breakthrough and kill the other two. Fight the other two to death, and the three of us might have a chance if we join forces. The three lower-level ultimate gods from the Land of Sanctions, who originally thought that victory was within their grasp, chose to charge forward after subconsciously retreating for a moment. Now, they had no other choice. They could only fight. If they fought, there was still a glimmer of hope. If they did not fight, they would definitely die. When the woman fully familiarized herself with the power of a mid-level ultimate god and joined forces with the other two. Kill. At that moment, the three lower-level ultimate gods from the Land of Sanctions were like mad dogs as they pounced on the two people from the Land of Divine Remains. Only the woman, who was still in the midst of her breakthrough, was abandoned by them. The two people from the Land of Divine Remains turned pale as they subconsciously rushed in the direction of the woman's breakthrough, thinking that she would be able to help them block the attacks. However, the woman seemed to have fallen into a strange state. Although she was in the midst of a breakthrough, the energy emanating from her body seemed to be reversing time. One of the lower-level ultimate gods from the Land of Divine Remains approached her, and half of his black hair instantly turned white. It was even to the extent that the other half of his face, that originally had the appearance of a young man, seemed to have experienced countless years at this instant, and it became extremely old and covered in wrinkle. How can this be? Not only is she having a breakthrough in her cultivation base, but even her temporal law energy is also improving. Why does it feel like there's no end to her temporal law energy's improvement? But it doesn't seem right. The two people from the Land of Divine Remains who were close to the woman narrowed their eyes in shock as they could not figure out what was happening. Do you think she has mastered the infinite Tao of the four Tao of heaven and earth? One of them asked the other through telepathy as they were fleeing. The other person's eyes widened when he heard the question. Yes. When we saw her attack earlier, we suspected that she had mastered the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. Otherwise, with her attainments in the law of time, even if she had her clone, she might not be much stronger than us. However, even though her clone was destroyed, her strength is still stronger than us. At that time, I suspected that she had mastered some kind of four Tao of heaven and earth. However, we were too blind and her side did not show it clearly. That's why we couldn't tell. Don't go near her. I feel like the temporal law energy around her is in the midst of a breakthrough in the infinite Tao. Endless years passed in an instant. Earlier, I felt that not only was half of my lifespan slipping away, but even the divine power in my body had also weakened. The infinite Tao is terrifying. We just have to make sure that the three of them don't catch up to us. As long as she successfully completes her breakthrough, the three of us can easily defeat the three people from the Land of Sanctions. The two people on the woman's side did not dare to get too close to the woman. They kept a distance from the three lesser ultimate gods from the Land of Sanctions and started a tug of war. Of course, calling it a tug of war was an understatement. The two people from the Land of Divine Offering were running for their lives. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that the woman is in a strange state and hasn't woken up for a long time to kill her? If she dies, the other two will have no chance of survival. The three lesser ultimate gods from the Land of Sanctions saw that they would not be able to find an opportunity to attack the other two people from the Land of Divine Offering. They wished that they had mastered the law of wind and the law of space so that they could catch up to the two people from the Land of Divine Offering. All right, let's kill her first. Let's stay away from her and not get too close to her. One of the people from the Land of Sanctions earlier had visibly aged half of his body when he got too close to her. Previously, I thought this woman's law of time was strange. Now, it seems like she has mastered the embryonic form of the infinite Tao. Now, it seems like not only is her cultivation base breaking through, but her infinite Tao is also transforming. After the transformation, she might be able to truly master the infinite Tao. I underestimated her earlier. I didn't expect her to master the infinite Tao. If she really breaks through to the intermediate ultimate God realm and masters the infinite Tao, she might be able to easily kill us all on her own. Let's kill her first. At this moment, the three people from the Land of Sanctions noticed that the woman might be completely mastering the infinite Tao of the four heavenly and earthly Tao. Their expressions turned solemn. A hint of fear flashed in the depths of their eyes. In the next moment, The three of them gave up on pursuing the other two and joined forces to attack the woman. The two people from the land of divine offering were horrified when they saw that the three of them had suddenly abandoned them and attacked the woman. They instinctively wanted to help the woman. However, it was too late for them to make a move now because they were too far away. Oh no! One of the people's expression changed again. On the other hand, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the woman. Miss Kerr, wake up. Just break through your cultivation base. It won't be too late to comprehend the infinite Tao after we kill them. Of course, he also knew that the woman might have entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. That was why she showed signs of completely mastering the infinite Tao. If she forcefully stopped, she might miss the opportunity to comprehend the infinite Tao. It would be extremely difficult for her to comprehend it again. However, there was no other choice now. If the woman continued to comprehend the infinite Tao, the three of them would definitely die if they joined forces. At that time, even if she comprehended the infinite Tao before she died, what could she do? Sometimes, some things had to be given up in the end. Although he felt sorry for the woman, he had no choice but to wake her up now. She also believed that if the woman was saved, even if she lost this fortuitous encounter, she would absolutely not blame him. At the same time, as the people from the world of divine remains transmitted their voices to the woman, she opened her eyes in an instant. There was a mysterious glow in her eyes that was extremely strange. In the next moment, her eyes were clear as she saw the three people from the land of punishment joining forces to attack her. At this moment, the three of them were attacking her with all their might. The void trembled, and the terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to shake as though it would collapse at any time. Just a little bit more. The woman let out a sigh. Her calm eyes suddenly flickered with a cold murderous intent. Originally, I could have completely mastered the limitless Tao and improved my strength further. It's all because of you that my enlightenment was forcefully interrupted. You obstructed my progress and might interfere with my plan 100 years later. All of you deserve to die. Chapter 42-55. Although she had not fully comprehended the infinite Tao, she was close to reaching the final step. However, he had also reached the final step. Compared to before, he could not be mentioned in the same breath. She had even regained her cultivation base of a medium ultimate god. In her previous life, she had chosen to walk the path of death. Before she reincarnated, she had already entered the medium ultimate god realm and had completely consolidated her cultivation base. Even in the entire world of divine remains, her talent was still outstanding. In her previous life, her achievements were much higher than Yun Qingyang's. For this reason, Yun Qingyang wanted to have her. If he had her, he would be able to gain the Xia clan's support and stabilize the Yun clan so that he could smoothly become the clan leader. As a woman with a man in the family, it might be difficult for her to take charge of the Xia clan. However, as long as she was strong enough, her authority in the Xia clan would not be weaker than the clan leader. Yun Qingyang had his eyes on this point. It's just like before. I don't need to consolidate my cultivation base after entering the medium ultimate god realm. Once I break through, it's completely consolidated. Is this the foundation of my previous life? Kerr had only confirmed one thing after she came to the divine offering land. Every time she made a breakthrough in her cultivation base, she did not need to spend time consolidating her cultivation base. Therefore, she suspected it had something to do with her previous life. In her previous life, when she chose the path of reincarnation, she had just consolidated her cultivation base of a medium ultimate god. Therefore, in this life, she did not need to spend time consolidating her cultivation base until she reached the medium ultimate god realm. Now, she had confirmed this conjecture. Although she had just entered the medium ultimate god realm, her cultivation base had been completely consolidated. Her divine power was stable, and she could use it freely without any discomfort. At this moment, Kerr was in a trance as she circulated her divine power. It was as though she had returned to her previous life when she chose to reincarnate and went through the ordeal of death. Father, why did he treat me like that? Just because I'm not Auntie's biological daughter. With a sigh in her heart, Kerr sensed that the three attacks were getting closer and closer. She completely returned to her senses. The void in front of her trembled, and a slender brush appeared in her hand. This brush was jade green in color, and there was a faint white light lingering around it. A condensed soul was also faintly discernible. At first glance, this condensed soul looked more like the soul of a little girl. Whoosh! After that, the brush in Kerr's hand seemed to have come to life. It moved like a dragon, and with just a casual stroke, the space in front of her seemed to have solidified. The three ferocious attacks froze in the void in the blink of an eye. Although they broke through the bindings, their speed was still very slow. Seeing this, the faces of the three cultivators from the land of sanctions changed. How is this possible? It wasn't difficult for the three of them to notice that the middle-level ultimate god in front of them had a very stable divine power. There wasn't the slightest bit of sluggishness when he attacked. This was something that was almost impossible. It was difficult for a lower ultimate god to step into the middle ultimate god realm. Not only was it difficult to consolidate one's cultivation base, but it also required time to familiarize oneself with the newly transformed divine power. Because of this, they thought that they might be able to kill the middle-level ultimate god realm expert even if the three of them worked together. However, they only realized how naive they were at that moment. Let's give it our all. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape death. One of them roared, and his ultimate god illusory body appeared. It was more than 10 meters tall. At the same time, his attacks seemed to have been boosted in an instant. Rays of crimson light wandered around his body. His aura was overbearing. The other two cultivators did not hesitate. Their ultimate god illusory body appeared and their bloodline power appeared. They were going all out. Competing with the ultimate god illusory body? Kua smiled faintly. Immediately, her supreme god phantom also appeared. The supreme god phantom was more than 100 meters tall, like a peerless goddess of war. She looked down at the three supreme gods that were more than 10 meters tall, like an adult looking down at three children. She has really consolidated her cultivation base. How is this possible? The three lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains were shocked when they saw Kerr's 100-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body. At that moment, the last bit of hope they had in their hearts was gone. Initially, they thought they were mistaken. The middle-level ultimate god illusory body's divine power was just a little stable but not really stable. However, they no longer had any doubts when they saw the middle-level ultimate god illusory body perfectly presented. The middle-level ultimate god illusory body had indeed consolidated her cultivation base. She had just broken through to the middle ultimate god realm and had already consolidated her cultivation base. This, they could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they thought about it. They were not the only ones who felt their scalps go numb at that moment. Even the two cultivators from the world of divine remains were so shocked that they froze in their tracks. Even their attacks were dispelled halfway. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How is this possible? The two of them only came back to their senses when they saw Kerr's 100-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body attack. A brush as tall as a mountain slashed across the sky and easily crushed one of the lower ultimate gods from the land of sanctions. They were not dreaming. They did not enter an illusion or anything. All of this was real. Boom. The lower ultimate god fell. A huge ultimate god illusory body avatar appeared and let out an unwilling roar before crashing to the ground. Blood rained down from the sky. A lower ultimate god was killed in an instant. At that moment, the other two lower ultimate gods from the land of sanctions were in complete despair. Take 2 more of my brushes. Ku'er's indifferent voice shook the heavens and the earth. The 100-meter-tall divine venerate phantom casually waved her hand. Immediately, the mountain-like writing brush fell with a loud rumble. Boom! A brush light fell and enveloped one of the lower ultimate gods. The lower ultimate god illusory body's first reaction was not to resist but to escape. However, when the brush light hit the void, it caused the space around him to stagnate and controlled the flow of time in the void where he was. This was the profundity of the temporal law. Of course, in order to control the opponent, one must be stronger than the opponent. Otherwise, if one's strength was weaker than the opponent, it would be difficult to control the flow of time in the space where the opponent was. The profundity of the temporal law was similar to the spatial law's imprisonment profundity. If one's strength was weaker than the opponent's, it would be difficult to imprison the opponent. Even if one was lucky enough to imprison the opponent would be able to break the imprison with greater strength. When one's strength exceeded a certain level, any technique would be useless. One could defeat 10 techniques with brute strength. No, the lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was shocked when he felt the flow of time around him had slowed down. Even his own movements had begun to slow down. In the next moment, he wanted to attack, but his attack was still affected by the flow of time. Of course, when he attacked, the flow of time restriction was obviously not as strong. After all, the flow of time originated from Kerr. However, if someone tried to break it with brute strength, they would still be affected to a certain extent. As for how much of an effect it had, it would depend entirely on the strength of the person who attacked. A lower ultimate god would be affected, but it would not be much. There was still a long way to go before he could break the flow of time. Boom! When Kerr's brush light fell on the lower ultimate god, it not only crushed the lower ultimate god's attack that was affected by the flow of time but also completely enveloped him. In the next moment, after being enveloped by the brush light, the lower ultimate god visibly aged. In the end, he even turned into a skeleton. The skeleton then turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth as if he had never existed. The power of time had completely washed him away. He was erased from this world. In an instant, it was as if he had been cut off from eternity. This was the epitome of a stroke cutting off eternity. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The last lower ultimate god from the land of sanctions was in complete despair. Facing the stroke that fell on him again, his face was blank and his hopes were dashed. This time, Kerr's brushlight did not even encounter any resistance and directly crushed him to death. It was just like the previous person. A stroke cutting off eternity. Under the washing of the power of time, the lower ultimate god who originally looked like a middle-aged man turned into an old man in an instant. Then, he turned into a skeleton and finally, he turned into ashes. 2 lower ultimate gods were killed in 1 or 2 breaths' time. The heaven and earth anomaly of their deaths also appeared one after another within a breath's time. 2 unwilling cries shook heaven and earth. Then, 2 huge figures suddenly fell. 2 more lower ultimate gods had fallen. A rain of blood fell and blew on the faces of the other 2 lower ultimate gods from the land of divine remains, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that this woman who called herself Duan Kua, who had been silent since the beginning, would be so terrifying. In the beginning, she kept a low profile and later displayed strength that was even stronger than theirs. Later on, when they thought they were going to die, not only did she make a breakthrough to the medium ultimate god realm, but she also completely consolidated her cultivation base at the same time. This was completely beyond their understanding. They had never even heard of such a situation before, let alone witnessing it with their own eyes. Even if an immortal expert recultivated, I'm afraid it's nothing more than this. One of them could not help but let his imagination run wild. Could the woman in front of him be an immortal expert who recultivated from the beginning? If that was the case, it would make sense. Other than that, he really could not think of anyone else who could be so nature-defying. All the extra rewards will be mine. At that moment, Kerr's ultimate god apparition dissipated. She calmly glanced at the other 2 people who came from the land of divine remains like her and asked, "Do you have any objections?" Her gaze seemed calm and without any hostility, but when it fell into the eyes of the 2 people from the land of divine remains, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. At the same time, they quickly expressed their stance. No objections, no objections. Of course, no objections. Today, if it weren't for Master Kerr's help, we would have died. It's only right for you to take the extra rewards. Chapter 4256. Kerr did not expect to become a medium ultimate god during this trip to the secret zone. Initially, she had thought it would be good enough if she could make a breakthrough before the chaotic region where the realms of gods converged. She did not expect to make a breakthrough in advance. As for the reason for her breakthrough, it was none other than the fact that the opponents she encountered in the multiplayer secret realm were too strong, causing her to feel a fatal threat. Thus, she broke through under the heavy pressure. This was not the first time she had made a breakthrough. Over the years, she had made a breakthrough in the realm battlefield several times when she was on the brink of death. The reason she was so lucky was because she had the foundation from her past life. Otherwise, she would not have been so lucky time and time again. It's also because I didn't encounter opponents that are too strong. Otherwise, even if I'm lucky enough to make a breakthrough, I would still die if I'm not a match for my opponent. After obtaining the generous reward, Kerr left the secret zone. Her eyes shone brightly as she thought to herself, now that I've regained my cultivation base from my past life, my mastery of the law of time is stronger than before, and I have the embryonic form of the infinite Tao, I'm much stronger than before. Now, even in the family, I have a certain amount of authority. Now, there's still some time before that chaotic area opens. Lin Fan said. I haven't been back since I left the divine offering land and entered the realm battlefield. It's time for me to visit my parents, Sister Fei Sai Ling, and the others. That girl, Sai Ling, is all grown up now. We haven't seen each other for so many years. I wonder if she still remembers me as her mother. Kerr's eyes were filled with tenderness when she thought about her daughter. At the same time, she felt a stab of pain in her heart. When she left her daughter was still very young. At the very least, the time she spent with her daughter was far less than the time she left. Sai Ling, I hope you can understand me. I left you so that we can reunite after 100 years. Kerr sighed before she made her way to the nearby military camp. She was going to use the teleportation formation in the military camp to return to the divine offering land. Then, she would return to the Xia clan. When Kerr left the world of divine remains. In a remote area of the world of divine remains, the wind and clouds were surging. Terrifying auras tore apart the formation and spread out. It even startled a group of people nearby. This aura is so strong. This is a high-level god emperor breaking through to become a supreme god. I wonder if they're from our sanctioned land or the world of divine remains. It doesn't matter which side he's from, it's better for us to leave as soon as possible. If he's from the world of divine remains, we'll definitely die if he targets us. Since this area was only the outer region of the battlefield, very few ultimate gods would appear here. Although there were many emperor gods, they immediately made way when they realized that an ultimate god had appeared. Regardless of whether it was the people from the world of divine remains or the land of sanctions, none of them dared to linger in the vicinity for fear of being targeted by the other party. If the other party was from a realm of gods, they would not be able to escape death. The terrifying energy spread out like a whirlpool, constantly expanding to the surroundings. At this moment, at the center of the raging energy storm, the various formations that were previously used to assist the cultivator in his closed-door cultivation had been ruthlessly destroyed. It was even to the extent that even a large expanse of the surrounding mountain range had been swept into a flat area by the terrifying and raging unstable energy. When looked at from afar, the entire expanse of land was covered in desolation and extremely dilapidated. Waves of visible whirlpool energy were still swirling in the void, stirring up a sandstorm that filled the sky. At the center of the sandstorm, a figure was sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed as he cultivated. Is this the ultimate god's divine energy? It's so powerful. Suddenly, the figure's owner opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as lightning. If there was anyone present, they would not dare to look him in the eye. It was a young man in a long purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome face. His aura was outstanding and radiant. Everything around him seemed to pale in comparison as he stood there. I, Duan Lingtian, have finally entered the ultimate god realm. From now on, I can be considered an expert in the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian said. In the realm of gods, there were many powerhouses. However, Only those who had entered the ultimate god realm could be considered as true powerhouses. Of course, even before his breakthrough, Duan Lingtian's combat strength was enough to kill a medium-level ultimate god. It was enough for him to be recognized as a powerhouse in the realm of gods. However, Duan Lingtian did not feel the same way. He also felt that only those who had entered the ultimate god realm could be considered as powerhouses in the realm of gods. They were powerhouses who could rule over a territory and rule over it. It's completely different. My soul energy has also undergone a transformation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the difference between the ultimate god realm and the upper god realm. His perception was now 10 times stronger than before. Even his eyesight and hearing had improved to a whole new level. Also, the Supreme Godhead has merged with my body. Apart from that, when Duan Lingtian was breaking through to the ultimate god stage, he wanted to take out the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space. He did not expect the supreme powerhouse divinity would fuse with his body as soon as it came into contact with his godly venerate divine energy. It even entered his sea of consciousness and transformed into a force similar to soul energy before merging with his soul. Of course, Duan Lingtian initially thought the Supreme Godhead had merged with his soul. However, when he subconsciously used his soul energy to observe his soul, it was not difficult for him to discover the Supreme Godhead was still there. It was just that it was enveloped by his soul energy. The Supreme Godhead that had transformed into a force similar to soul energy became a part of his soul after merging with his soul. At the same time, it returned to its original state and existed in his soul. I didn't expect the Supreme Godhead to merge with my soul after entering the ultimate God realm. Moreover, it's constantly deepening my understanding of the law of space. This was something Duan Lingtian had just discovered. In the past, he could only use the Supreme Godhead to comprehend the law of space when he fell into a deep slumber to deepen and improve his understanding of the law of space. However, the Supreme Godhead had merged with his soul and was constantly deepening his understanding of the law of space. Moreover, the speed of deepening was not any slower than when he had entered a deep slumber. If this continues, my understanding of the law of space will be faster than before. I won't even have to spend too much time on it. Duan Lingtian was shocked and pleasantly surprised when he thought of this. Perhaps, it won't be long before my law of space reaches the point where it can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's law of space was not weak at all. After all, even a medium ultimate god would not be able to control the law of space that could illuminate 100,000 miles. Moreover, he had just entered the lower ultimate god realm. However, I've just broken through and my divine power is still unstable. There's no shortcut for me to quickly consolidate my cultivation. I'll have to rely on myself to do so. Of course, although I haven't consolidated my cultivation, the strength of my divine power is much stronger than before. Now, I'm not completely powerless even if I'm up against some slightly stronger mid-level ultimate god. Of course, I'm definitely no match for top medium ultimate gods like third senior brother. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through, he was not as excited as before when he thought about how he was still no match for some of the more powerful medium-level ultimate gods. I'll familiarize myself with this unstable divine power and use all the battle merits I've accumulated to open a single-person secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, the single-person secret realm I'll enter won't be a secret realm where I can compete with a lower ultimate god from another sanctioned land. After all, it's basically impossible for a lower ultimate god to be as bored as me and only open a secret realm after accumulating so many battle merits. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian entered the inner circle and began to look for opponents. After searching for a few days, he did not meet anyone from the sanctioned land. He did meet someone from the divine offering land, but he did not attack. A few days later, he met another person from the divine offering land who was also a lower ultimate god. This time, Duan Lingtian could not help but move to intercept his opponent. According to his plan, the people from the divine offering land should be sparring and not killing. Otherwise, when would he be able to find a suitable opponent? Your Excellency, we're both from the divine offering land. Do you want to fight with me? The lower ultimate god from the divine offering land was a middle-aged man with a faint grey light shining around his body, indicating his identity as a person from the divine offering land. However, at this moment, his expression was not very pleasant. "Let's spar." Duan Lingtian grinned. "I've just broken through to the ultimate god stage, so I wanted to find an opponent to familiarize myself with the divine energy in my body. However, after searching for some time, I didn't find anyone from the land of sanctions. Instead, I met two people from the divine offering land. Let's just spar and not get serious. What do you think?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "Just made a breakthrough?" However, the middle-aged man's frown instantly relaxed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. There was a hint of playfulness in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect the lower ultimate god in front of him to be a lower ultimate god who had just broken through to the ultimate god realm. Now that he had deliberately observed and sensed his opponent's restless divine power, he confirmed that his opponent had just stepped into the ultimate god realm and his divine power had yet to stabilize. "Boy, I'm not interested in sparring with you." A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes and his expression changed in the blink of an eye. "Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Let's fight to the death." Chapter 42-57. In the dimensional battlefield, people of the same cultivation level and from the same realm of gods would rarely take the initiative to fight each other unless they had a personal grudge against each other. After all, even if one killed the other party, one would not be able to take the other party's battle merits. Moreover, the other party had self-destructed their storage ring. Even if one was lucky enough to kill the other party, the most one could do was to take the other party's divine weapon. Moreover, one could be injured in the process of fighting. It was fine if it was just a light injury, but if it was a slightly more serious injury, it could very well bring about a lot of hidden dangers in the future. If he met someone of the same cultivation level as him in the sanctioned lands, he might not be afraid of the other party, but because of this, he might be slightly weaker than the other party, or even be in danger of dying. Therefore, even if the lower ultimate god in front of Duan Lingtian met Duan Lingtian and found out that Duan Lingtian was also from the divine offering land and was also a lower ultimate god, the lower ultimate god had no intention of attacking Duan Lingtian. Even if he killed the other party, the most he could do was to take the other party's divine weapon and he might even be injured. Just entered the lower ultimate god realm? However, the lower ultimate god that Duan Lingtian met now wanted to kill Duan Lingtian when he heard that Duan Lingtian had just entered the ultimate god realm. In his opinion, killing a lower ultimate god like Duan Lingtian would be effortless and he would not be injured at all. Under such circumstances, he could obtain a full soul high-grade divine artifact without any effort at all. Fight to the death. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the other party's words. He immediately guessed what the other party was thinking and smiled faintly. "If you want to fight to the death, I have no objections. However, I'll give you a chance. If you agree to my request to spar, I won't take your life when we fight later. Otherwise, don't blame me for not holding back." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone was still calm, and his expression was as calm as before. Fight. However, the other party did not seem to appreciate it. Instead, he sneered with a look of disdain. "Boy, you've just entered the ultimate god realm. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you said that? Ridiculous. Now, I can confirm that you've just entered the ultimate god realm. You haven't even consolidated your cultivation base yet, and your divine power is unstable. Do you really think you can kill me?" Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, the other party immediately attacked. The void trembled as scorching flames burned the void, whistling towards Duan Lingtian. It was unknown whether it was because Duan Lingtian's words earlier had alerted him or because he wanted to end the battle quickly. As soon as he attacked, he used his high-quality god artifact, a god artifact that could be called an elite weapon. It was a folding fan. He held the folding fan in his hand, and as he opened it, he seemed to be able to control the flames of the world. The flames burned the sky, enveloping the entire world, and converged towards Duan Lingtian. In addition, His divine power was stable when he attacked. It was obvious that he was a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base. Compared to Duan Lingtian's divine power, it was not on the same level. Although this person's strength is not the best among the lower ultimate gods, he's not bad. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he saw his opponent attack. He had a rough idea of his opponent's strength. Normally, I can overpower him without using the 4 heavenly Dao. I won't use my avatar to fight with him. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Duan Lingtian's unstable divine power vibrated. The moment the space law appeared, signs of 100,000 miles of dim light appeared, covering an area of 100,000 miles. Then, the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. With a shake of the sword, his divine power and the space law merged. In the form of a rainbow energy, the sword light condensed into a sword to meet the sweeping flames. Dim light of 100,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's opponent had a mocking smile on his face at first. He felt that the lower ultimate god in front of him was overestimating himself and dared to provoke him. However, the mocking smile on his face disappeared when he saw Duan Lingtian's space law phenomenon. It was replaced by a solemn expression. You're not completely useless after all. You've mastered the space law to such an extent. However, you can't kill me with just this little bit of strength. As his opponent sneered, flames condensed and collided head-on with Duan Lingtian's rainbow sword light. When the two collided, dazzling fireworks bloomed as beautiful as fireworks. The two of them were evenly matched in their first confrontation. I've underestimated you. However, with your strength, even if your bloodline power is extraordinary, you'll only be able to fight me to a draw. You're not qualified to kill me. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's opponent no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He completely regarded Duan Lingtian as his opponent. In fact, when Duan Lingtian displayed the space law of 100,000 miles of dim light, his opponent knew that it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with his strength. Even if he was stronger than Duan Lingtian, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian in a short time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could escape and it would be difficult for him to catch up. After all, Duan Lingtian was an expert in the space law. In terms of speed, the wind law was first, followed by the space law and time law of the 4 supreme laws. If he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, his opponent's bloodline power would have to be very weak. The possibility of that was very, very small. Of course, even if he was aware of this, he did not think that Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat him, let alone kill him. Therefore, he did not admit defeat. He did not think it was necessary. Even if he wanted to stop, he had to wait for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to give him a way out. He would not take the initiative to stop. After all, he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Waves of blood mist wrapped around his body at an unknown time. Then, his body changed and revealed a 10-meter-tall ultimate god phantom. Only a lower ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base could manifest the ultimate god phantom. Duan Lingtian did not have this ability at the moment. Boy, your power of law is amazing. However, you haven't completely consolidated your cultivation base and your divine power is unstable. You're still no match for me. The lower ultimate god who had manifested the ultimate god phantom sneered and attacked with his ultimate god phantom. The flames in the sky surged and raged as if they could burn heaven and earth. At that moment, Duan Lingtian was engulfed in a sea of fire. The flames in the sky were surrounded by waves of blood mist. Soon, the blood mist merged with the flames and further increased the power of the flames. It was breathtaking. It was obvious that the bloodline power of a lower-rank ultimate god was capable of increasing the power of the laws. When his bloodline power merged with the power of law, although it had not reached the stage of 100,000 miles of dim light, there was already a faint outline of a vision. However, the vision did not appear for a long time. Such a situation would usually only happen to those who had mastered the power of law to the stage of 100,000 miles of dim light. At that moment, the lower ultimate god had achieved this with the help of his bloodline power. Not a bad bloodline power. However, Just when his opponent thought he had defeated Duan Lingtian and that Duan Lingtian could only escape, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and continued to attack. He did not use his avatar. He did not use the four Tao of heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian attacked again and was constantly suppressed by his opponent. He was completely at a disadvantage. Boy, if you don't use your bloodline power, you'll die in less than 30 moves, the lower ultimate god said in an indifferent tone. His contempt and disdain were obvious. In fact, although he said so, he was confident that he could kill his opponent who had not used his bloodline power in 10 moves. The reason why he said that was just a ploy. He wanted to see if the other party would be careless because of this. If his opponent was careless, he would have a chance to kill his opponent before he activated his bloodline power. He could see it now. The reason why the purple-clad young man in front of him had not used his bloodline power was because he wanted to use him to test his newly transformed divine power. When he had just entered the lower ultimate god realm, he had also found someone to practice with. However, the person who practiced with him at that time was his elder, allowing him to test his divine power to his heart's content. However, his opponent was not related to him. He did not have the time to test his divine power with his opponent. My divine power is indeed my shortcoming since I just broke through. However, Duan Lingtian acted as if he did not hear his opponent at all and continued to test his divine power. At the same time, he kept sighing in his heart during the process. If this continues, I won't be able to stop his attacks in less than 10 moves. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already realized his current shortcomings and knew that he would soon be crushed by his opponent's attacks. At most, 3 moves will be enough to crush his attacks. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's opponent was filled with excitement. A hint of excitement could be seen in the depths of his eyes. In his opinion, as long as he crushed his opponent's attacks, he would be able to seriously injure him. After that, even if his opponent used his bloodline power, he would not be able to escape under his nose. At that time, his opponent would definitely die. I won't play with you anymore. Just when Duan Lingtian's opponent thought that he was about to seriously injure his opponent, Duan Lingtian spoke in a calm tone. At the same time, the aura of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand suddenly changed. Earlier, the 7 orifices exquisite sword had actually been hiding its strength. At least, it had not shown the increase in power after the supreme artifact embryo was integrated into its body. Now, it was showing its full power. Naturally, this display alone would not be able to turn the situation around. At most, it would only delay the time it would take for the 7 orifices exquisite sword to be defeated. However, the reason Duan Lingtian did this was because he wanted to personally experience the improvement of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Chem. When Duan Lingtian's opponent heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was still a little wary. However, after sensing the changes in the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he was first stunned and then sneered in his heart. In his opinion, his opponent's artifact soul was still hiding its true strength. However, even if it did not hide its true strength now, it would only last a few moves at most. Even if he did not notice the danger, his artifact soul has. It seems that it will be difficult to keep him here. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. He felt that the prey in front of him was about to escape. And he would not be able to kill his opponent. End of chapter. Chapter 42-58. However, when he realized that the space around him was trembling and a strange and terrifying power seemed to be controlling the space around him, his expression changed completely. This is the Tao of control of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Although the purple-clad young man was at a disadvantage, the purple-clad young man was still looking at him calmly. His heart shuddered when he thought about what the purple-clad young man had said earlier. I'm done playing with you. Previously, when he heard the purple-clad young man's words, he thought the purple-clad young man was just bluffing. However, when he saw the purple-clad young man's divine weapon, he thought the purple-clad young man was trying to escape. Perhaps, the purple-clad young man was using his bloodline energy to fight him to a draw. At this moment, the purple-clad young man finally understood the purple-clad young man's words. His strength is, at most, slightly weaker than mine. Now that he's using the Tao of control, he's definitely stronger than me. Most importantly, he hasn't used his bloodline energy yet. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man's bloodline energy should be able to fight him to a draw. However, the purple-clad young man's Tao of control, which was obviously not in its embryonic form, was more than enough to surpass him. Even if the purple-clad young man did not use his bloodline energy, it was more than enough to surpass him. Coupled with his bloodline energy, the purple-clad young man would definitely die. Sir, I was just joking earlier. The purple-clad young man Duan Lingtian's purple-clad young man's expression changed rapidly. Finally, he forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face. After all, both of us are from the same realm of gods. Let's just spar. At the same time, the purple-clad young man's divine energy surged as flames raged on his body. He was ready to flee. He was waiting for the purple-clad young man's reply. He would flee as soon as he sensed something was amiss. Although his chances of escaping were slim, he knew he would die if he stayed. He had no choice but to flee even if he had a slim chance of survival. Are you going back on your word? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It's not that I didn't give you a chance earlier. You're the one who didn't cherish it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the purple-clad young man's expression darkened. The flames on his body surged as he tried to flee. The purple-clad young man's 10-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body transformed into a huge fireball before it exploded. Bang! However, following a loud bang, the entire space seemed to be restricted by something, causing him to crash into the space above, causing the space to tremble. However, he did not manage to escape far away. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sharp and dazzling sword lights whizzed over and sealed off the surrounding void as if forming a sword formation. Coupled with the space control power, it trapped the escaping underground ultimate god of the divine offering land and prevented him from escaping. At that moment, the lower rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains turned pale. Sword principle. He was a lower ultimate god after all and was not a blind person. It was not difficult for him to see that this was another branch of the four heavens and earth Tao, the sword Tao. It was not weaker than the control Tao and its attainments were not low. At the very least, it was not inferior to the Tao of control that the other party had displayed earlier. This person I met. What kind of monster is he? Such a monster has just entered the ultimate god realm? In other words, this person has mastered such attainments in sword principle and control Tao before entering the ultimate god realm? Where did such a monster come from in the world of divine remains? I've never heard of such a monster even in those giant ultimate god forces. Whether now or in the past. I've never heard of such a thing. At that moment, the lower rank ultimate god who realized that it would be difficult for him to escape completely panicked. He regretted being so forceful earlier and agreeing to spar with the other party. That way, things would not have turned out this way. Judging from the other party's posture, it was obvious that the other party did not intend to fight to the death and only wanted to spar with him. After all, the other party was very polite at the beginning. Judging from the other party's current strength, even an ordinary medium ultimate god would not be a match for the other party. If such a person really wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to spar with him. Your Excellency, the low-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains forced a smile on his face and tried to make himself smile brightly. It's my fault for failing to recognize Mount Tai. You're a great man, so please forgive me. He was really panicking. Judging from the current situation, if the person in front of him really wanted to kill him, he might not be able to withstand more than 3 moves if he went all out. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. He looked at him calmly and directly answered with his actions. Thousands of 7-colored sword rays gathered and attacked the other party. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 7-colored sword rays pierced through the air. In the face of obstacles, the tyrannical spatial energy helped to clear them first. The lower rank ultimate god resisted with a pale face and repeatedly called out, "Your Excellency, however, Duan Lingtian was not interested in listening to the other party's introduction. Before the other party could finish his sentence, The Space Law clone had teleported behind the other party, and then a cold swordlight swept past and chopped off the other party's head. After that, the 7-colored sword rays that filled the sky swept down and turned the other party's body into a rain of blood. Blood poured down like rain. A tall illusory figure, with the strength to support the heavens and earth, let out a cry of unwillingness, and then crashed to the ground. The lower-rank ultimate god from the world of divine remains had fallen. He fell with regret. If Duan Lingtian had asked him to spar in the beginning, even if he was not very willing, Duan Lingtian would not be too interested in making things difficult for him as long as he did not go overboard. However, the problem was, Duan Lingtian asked him to spar and he actually wanted to take Duan Lingtian's life. From the moment he said that there was no need to talk about life and death, his fate was already sealed. Although the divine power of a lower-rank ultimate god is not very stable, it's not comparable to the divine power of an upper-rank ultimate god. With my current strength, except for some powerful middle-rank ultimate gods, most of the middle-rank ultimate gods and existences below the middle-rank ultimate god are no longer a threat to me. After a series of experiments, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of his current strength and was quite satisfied with it. The improvement of my cultivation base and strength is not too slow. Now, there's still 100 years before the spatial passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms reopens. I'll strive to become a middle-rank ultimate god after 100 years. Duan Lingtian knew very well. Although he had successfully become a lower-rank ultimate god, the path of cultivation would be much more difficult after he became a lower-rank ultimate god. Moreover, he would no longer have such a high-efficiency external force to help him advance. Even if he could kill someone with the same cultivation base or a higher cultivation base to obtain rewards, it would be like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for an ultimate god cultivator. Although there were still external forces, they would not be as effective for ultimate gods as they were for god emperors. I hope the opening of the personal secret realm and the chaotic area will bring me some luck. I still have 90 years to go. I hope my luck will be better. Otherwise, it won't be easy for me to become a middle-rank ultimate god in 100 years. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. After becoming a ultimate god, it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation speed even if he had many fortuitous encounters. Even if there were powerful supreme experts who were still alive and well, they would only be able to help him enter the medium ultimate god realm and consolidate his cultivation base 100 years later. It was almost impossible for him to improve his cultivation. Let's open the personal secret realm. I'll consume all my battle merits and see what kind of personal secret realm I can open. After killing the lower-rank ultimate god in the divine offering land and causing the heaven and earth phenomenon, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the same place. He teleported a few times and left the area. Then, he entered the inner area and found a secluded place. He took out his battle merit token and consumed all his battle merits to open the personal secret realm. In the divine offering land, in an icy plain that was still some distance away from the Shia clan, a giant ultimate god clan. A graceful figure cut across the sky and headed towards the Shia family. However, in the void that was still some distance away from the Shia clan, there were a few people who spread out and guarded the 4 directions. Suddenly, the person who was guarding the east side narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Over there, a swift figure was rushing over at lightning speed. Is that Miss Ning Shui from the Shia clan? She has become a middle-rank ultimate god. And she has consolidated her cultivation base. It was an old man. At this moment, his expression changed drastically and he quickly sent out 5 messages at the same time. 3 of the messages were sent to 3 different directions around the Shia clan. The other 2 messages were sent to the west and crossed a very long distance to reach another giant ultimate god clan in the divine offering land, the Yun clan. Shia Ning Shui has become a middle-rank ultimate god. And she has consolidated her cultivation base as a middle-rank ultimate god. Shia Ning Shui was a genius in her previous life. Now that she has reincarnated, she has become even more of a genius. How long has it been since she reincarnated? She has recovered her cultivation base from her previous life. Yoon Bin is no match for her now that she has recovered her cultivation base. 3 silhouettes flew towards the east of the Xia family from 3 different directions. Their divine powers filled the sky and their speed was extremely fast. In the east side of the Xia clan, the old man stopped the graceful figure that was heading toward the Xia clan. The graceful figure stopped after being stopped by the old man, revealing her graceful figure and beautiful face. She stared at the old man and frowned for a while before her eyebrows relaxed. "Are you from the Yoon clan?" She had some impression of the old man in front of her. In her previous life, she seemed to have seen him when the Yoon clan came to visit the Xia clan. However, she could not remember his name. She only vaguely remembered that he was an elder of the Yoon clan. "Yoon Bin greets Miss Ning Shui." The old man bowed slightly as a greeting, but the divine power around his body began to fluctuate without any concealment. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.